Give everybody a last couple of minutes to get your tea or coffee or whatever you need and your papers in front of you. And then we'll turn our mind to the agenda that's in front of us. So, management procedures, finally. We have almost all of today dedicated to discussing management procedures to determining TZY by regulatory area. We do have a little bit of time this morning to very briefly recap yesterday, although there are, I guess, two pieces from Monday and Tuesday that we need to come back to, but we would like to do it later in the day, not first thing. That is the recommendation on a revised SPR, if any, and review of this hopefully consolidated, more polished objectives table. We were just talking just now, thinking let's try to get the management procedure stuff out there first. We promised folks this is where we were going to go, and then come back to the objectives discussion this afternoon, maybe I think 3 o'clock. Yeah, 3 o'clock. Does that work for folks? Is that okay? Okay. Chris, yeah.
Just for the coming back to objectives, is that going to be enough time? I just think, you know, we had some time to think about it, and is that going to be it for objectives, or?
Yes, we have Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah. I am hopeful that once we get through this management procedure discussion, though, it will, from what I've heard over the past couple of days, there's still some challenges in trying to delineate between management procedures and objectives. And I think having the management procedure discussion might help us understand the two and where we want to draw a hard line and where we don't. So I'm hopeful after we have a management procedure discussion, the objective discussion will be a little more straightforward. At least that's what we're hoping for. Okay, so you see the agenda on the screen. We're starting with the recap from the previous day. I wonder if we should maybe pull up the report. Yep. Thank you. Thanks to those that were able to stick around and contribute to the report writing in the afternoon. I know it's tough after a long day to do that. Let's start a little bit further down to the past program of work, there to goals and objectives. So the edits here are mostly noting the working groups efforts from the summer, as well as paper 07. And again, we're going to review this on Thursday, but we've cleaned up some of those pieces. This mouse is terrible. This is still the same as from before, recalling some guidance from the commissioners. This is where we started to make more substantial changes. So yesterday, we had spent some time talking about the biomass limit, 20% spawning biomass. We had wanted to note this is how we were defining a critical stock size, this spawning biomass limit, and just need to make sure we take the text verbatim from our May discussions. We then added one additional qualification to the 95% based on MSC scoring guidelines. This builds on, again, the MSAB014 guidance for the spawning biomass limit. We put forward our recommendation that a trigger was not necessary, although we did have a fair bit of discussion about when we get rid of the target, what is our when we get rid of the trigger, sorry, what is our target going to be? And this then led into our conversation around what is MEY, or what are other values other than MEY that we might want to consider. So that is covered in paragraphs 31 and 32.
So looking at 29, and I don't want to, we can kind of dissect it more on Thursday, but briefly that last sentence, and it would be the last clause, be better to define the threshold at the MSY proxy of 30. So does that mean our 30-20 control rule is now going to be a moving control rule? That as MSY changes, the 30 changes?
Confusing. Yeah, you're right. That's not.
Because if we're
Not what we
defining the
want.
threshold now at
Yeah.
MSY, then the threshold's going to move as our understanding of MSY moves, right? As opposed to being a normal 30-20.
I think that's maybe how it can be interpreted, but that's not what's should be occurring. Alan's scribbling some of it up on the control rule on the whiteboard. Oh,
It's confusing the objective with the management procedure, and that's, we're talking about the objective here. The threshold is completely independent of the fishery trigger. So that control rule will not change depending how what we think of MSY. We'll talk about that more when I start my presentation.
so obviously the highlighted items are items that we still need to work on based on the discussions today. One of the items from yesterday that we had needed to follow up with was it's in paragraph 32, trying to understand, trying to craft the justification for the biomass target. This is where the concept of pretty good yield came in. Chris, is that your question?
29. And sorry, I might have missed part of the discussion there. So what are we saying in 29? I thought we agreed that 21A was no longer, or we were moving it to secondary. Does that reflect, the minutes reflect that? And the summary reflect that?
That's the intent, but if it's not clear, there's something that we need to wordsmith probably on Thursday, not now. So we'll come back to the values that or the justification we want to put in paragraph 32 when we return to the objective discussion this afternoon after management procedure framework. To inform that discussion, we had asked the Secretariat to go back and provide some estimates of what MSY or what SB 36 may relate to in terms of MSY, what portion of MSY that might be. So scroll down a little bit so folks can see what else we had covered. Sorry about the jumping around. So in the goals and objectives discussion, we had first flagged 1.1A. These are the values that kind of roughly based on historic O32 WPUE. And I'd also draw folks' attentions to paragraph 41. This was in response to our discussion around 2.3A. So 38 is describing those percentages in the different biological regions that if the stock were to fall below may cause irreparable harm. That's kind of roughly, it's analogous to the SB20 concept in the scale objectives, the coastwide objectives. 39 is reflecting our conversation about removing 2.1A, that it's not one of the primary objectives. 40 is something that we're going to come back to following our homework from last night and the management procedure discussion today. And 41 is really where we spend most of the afternoon talking about 2.3A, which was previously titled Maximize Directed Fishing Yield. just changing it to optimize, and then reported out a few different performance metrics, statistics of interest related to that optimize directed fishing yield. In paragraph 41, we just want to capture the conversation. As I said at the beginning of the day, we'll look at a table the afternoon of the consolidated, more polished objectives. So we want to make sure that these reflect one another. 41 is in the table and vice versa. Okay. And then the last points really are 42, 43, 44, which was building on the conversation. 42, 43 was building on the conversation that we had in 41. Actually, sorry, the bottom of 43 was supposed to be highlighted, because it's in the report, but we didn't actually get to discuss it. Well, we haven't got there yet. I think the, oops, can I edit this right now? Whatever. The discussion we had started the week with was to facilitate evaluation of management procedures. We need to freeze the objectives for a time being. We can't keep coming back to and changing the objectives partway through the evaluation. So can we agree to a set of objectives that we're going to use for the next year, year and a half to evaluate the management procedures? That's what we're looking for. If for whatever reason, maybe through the evaluation, a result came up that very clearly identified a need to reevaluate objectives, we could consider it, but through a more structured process. So we're not just having objectives thrown on the table at every meeting. I think that's what the Secretariat's looking for. Yeah. We haven't had that conversation yet, though. That was in the report, but we didn't actually have the conversation really yesterday.
Yeah, and I think we can have that conversation today when we discuss the objectives table. But the key here is that we need to move forward with this MSE process. We have tight deadlines coming up. And if we spend another day or two at each meeting talking about objectives, I don't know what I'll do. And so the key here is that we decide on the table of these primary objectives at this meeting. We'll have a lot of additional objectives. Those can come and go as people please. But if somebody has a new primary objective they want to put in, that we're just asking for maybe a little bit of thought put into that, some justification written out, and presented to the Secretariat and the co-chairs for consideration, and then we can present that to the MSAB. And it just will speed up the process instead of everybody throwing out ideas, which is great in the initial stages. We're at the stage now where if we're going to insert new objectives, we need to do it in a very structured process. So if you go away between now and May and you're like, you know what, we need this objective, write it up, provide justification, write it out exactly how it would be written out, and then we can quickly insert it if the MSAB agrees.
Primary objectives will go through this process. But we haven't really talked about secondary objectives yet. So where does those fall? And then, there's a couple under development still, like the abundance-based one that we talked about yesterday. It's still supposedly under development. So I'm just trying to understand what that process would look like.
Yeah, that process is not going to occur at this meeting. We're already running out of time. And in fact, if people do want to talk about management procedures today, then we really don't have much time for objectives. My suggestion is for secondary objectives that those are sort of more organic. They just develop as we see the need for them to develop. When we're interpreting results in May, we'll come up with a lot of that. And that's basically how a lot of the secondary objectives have come up in the past, is when we're doing results, it's been, oh man, I'd really like to see this. We go away that night, we put in that performance metric and then report it the next day. And as a reminder, we already have, if you were able to look at MSE Explorer, and I apologize if there were server issues, but there is a long list of all sorts of performance metrics in there already. So yeah, so give it some thought. We can bring those forward at the next meeting. You're always welcome to email me in the meantime. If you say, I'd like to see this at the meeting, that's a good heads up for me. But I don't think we're going to have a roundtable discussion on additional objectives.
Yeah.
That'd be good. Oh, I can do that. Can you just
Oh, yeah.
click there somewhere?
And Carey's just writing a few points too, because I think we also need, we can add to the report tonight, but I think we need to be a little clear on what this process is that's actually highlighted in blue.
Yeah. We can have that discussion when we talk about objectives later.
Okay. So that is really more or less where we got to in the report writing, because we're on to management procedures now. So that's prompt text. So we'll leave it there then and get into the agenda. Probably save actually.
I know. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
right on time.
Excellent. Perfect. So the plan today is this is going to be the fun day. I promise. Is we all get to use our creativity today. And we're going to discuss management procedures. So the plan is I'm going to walk through a presentation explaining management procedures, the framework that we're operating under, what management procedures are. And then Piera will give a presentation on some examples of putting a management procedure together. And this is really focused on the distribution component of this. So Piera will provide some examples, and then we're going to turn you loose, and we're going to give you some paper. You can go into groups. You can do this individually, however you like. And you'll write out some management procedures that you think are useful and that you would like to see tested or run through our simulation. And then we'll come back in May, or we'll come back this afternoon. We'll look at the whole range of management procedures people came up with, and then we'll decide on maybe 5 or so that the MSE team will go away, run through their simulations, and bring back in May for evaluation, for initial evaluation. So this is your opportunity to bring forward the ideas that you have about management procedures. Yesterday, I kept saying we can't talk about management procedures. Today, we can. And we can talk about objectives too, if you want, how those relate to the management procedures. A lot of that group work will occur during the lunch time, which is scheduled for an hour and a half, so that should be plenty of time. We'll come back after lunch in a plenary, discuss, try to narrow those management procedures down, and at the end of the day, hopefully we have a good set of management procedures to bring back next May. So that's the plan for today, and I believe there should be a there should be posted on the website the presentation for today, and it should be under document 07 also. So there's 2 presentations associated with document 07. There's the one we saw yesterday on sorry, I'm bringing it up from a folder, but there's one yesterday on the objectives, and there's one today on management procedures, which I think says MPs at the end of it. PowerPoint, yeah. Okay, and this will be the first slide in that presentation. I'll just give everybody a moment to bring that up. You all seeing it on the website? All right, well, I'll give it a start here. If you're having trouble, just let me know getting it. Remember, if you are, put www. at the beginning of the URL. Do we want to introduce Before I begin this procedure, I just want to note there's 2 new people in the room today. And I was just wondering if you might give a quick introduction. Yeah. Great. Well, welcome, Maya and Luke. Okay. So here's that updated figure again, showing now really specifically the harvest strategy policy and the management procedure. So what we're going to be doing is putting the elements together in those 2 left boxes and trying to come up with really specified management procedure that we can write into code so that we can actually simulate. So as a reminder, there's a scale component and a distribution component. The scale has an input fishing intensity, which is an SPR control rule, and we've been dealing with constraints as well. That determines a TCY, and that TCY is distributed to regulatory areas. Right now, we have a current interim management procedure, and that distribution proportion of it uses the stock distribution and relative harvest rates between the areas to distribute the TCY. So today we're really going to focus on the distribution part of this, but I will describe sort of the range of options that we think are useful for the scale, which is what we've been investigating for the past year anyways. So I wanted to bring up this figure, which is somewhat reproduced on the whiteboard here, but this is the what we call the harvest control rule. And it has a number of components to it. So first, orient you to the axes. So what we have on this plot are on this vertical y-axis is fishing intensity. So think about this as increasing fishing intensity as you go up the axis, which means in an SPR concept that an SPR of 0% is really high fishing intensity, and SPR at 100% is no fishing intensity. And that's because that's the spawning potential ratio. On the X horizontal axis is stock status. So again, over here would be an unfished biomass, and 0 would be no fish in the population. So you probably recognize this as what we've been calling the control rule with the ramp. And I'll just note a few things. First of all, the height of this line before you get to the ramp is the reference fishing intensity, which we also call an input SPR or procedural SPR. That is, in the current interim management strategy, that's 46%. That's an SPR 46%. So we figured that's what we would be operating under, but if stock status was to get below a fishery trigger, and that's in blue being part of the management procedure, items in blue are parts of the management procedure. If the stock status gets below the trigger, currently 30% in our interim management procedure, then we start reducing fishing intensity so that we stay away from what we're calling a biomass limit in red. That's part of our objective. Now, if the stock status gets below 20%, the fishery limit, then the fishery would be closed. There'd be no fishing intensity, theoretically. Note here that we have a fishery limit and a biomass limit, a blue and a red at the same value. They don't necessarily need to be the same numbers. We can define, like we had in our 2510 control rule. The fishery limit was way down here, but our biomass limit was still at 20%. So this is that separation of objectives and management procedures. Note there's also a couple other red points. There's a biomass threshold, which is what we were talking about earlier. We might define a threshold which we want to stay above and an objective. We actually got rid of that objective, it seems, or move that into the secondary. But we also have a biomass target, and that's the target that we want to stay around. Now, I think it's best to have the target to the right of your fishery trigger, because you figure you'd be around this and you'll be jumping up and down, you know, above and below it. So you don't want to be enacting your ramp too much. So having a target to the right of the trigger point is, I think, beneficial for many reasons. So that's the management procedure overlaid with some of the biomass reference points that are used to define our objectives. So we're currently operating under this paradigm in the scale. We have 46% with a 30-20 control rule, and then we've added additional constraints as some testing examples on that. So we just wanted to review some of the results that we've been seeing and how this relates to those different reference points, I guess. And so, and also the constraints before we talk about these. So notice here is the median average relative spawning biomass, and in dark blue is unconstrained. In light blue is this max change both directions of 15%, so it can't change by more than 15% in either direction. And then in the red is the slow up, fast down approach. So you can see that even with the constraints, the results have shown very similar biomass trajectories, but the constraints actually keep it at a slightly higher biomass on average. We saw maintaining above the threshold of 30%, which is a secondary objective now, that looks very similar across them. A little difference up here. The median average total mortality or the yield looks very similar, but where the real difference occurred was the variability in the TCUI from year to year. So this is that statistic, the probability that in any one year, the change in the mortality, the total mortality being set, is greater than 15%. And so what we found is that with an unconstrained management procedure, that we found it's out of a 10-year period, there's almost always 1 year that changes by more, 1 or more years that change by more than 15%, the TCUI. Adding a slow up, fast down constraint reduced that probability, and that has a little bit of effect based on the input SPR. And then introducing that a real specific management procedure to match that objective, the 15% max change, really reduced it to almost zero. As you would expect, you're actually putting in a tool to meet your objective. And that's fine to do. So I just wanted to remind people that these are the results of the constraints. And we can review these more when we talk about the objectives again later today, and then in formulation of another recommendation to the commission. So what does that mean for us in how we should define the scale portion of this management procedure? So the MSE team got together and thought about this, and we thought we don't want a huge number of management procedures to come out of this, but we need to investigate some range of possibilities in this scale portion. So based on the results from the coast-wide MSE, we decided let's continue looking down, a higher fishing intensity as low as SPR 30%, and then up to a range of about 50%. And we'll just do 7 different values, where in the middle here, we have a 38, a 40, and a 42%, but otherwise it jumps by 4% intervals. This is trying to keep that a reasonable range over which to investigate SPRs, but down to a small number of only 7 values. We're also trying to just narrow down the control rule to 30-20. And so we'd apply that control rule to all these SPR values. And then on the constraints, we want to do some unconstrained runs, some max 15% runs, slow up, fast down, and also some multi-year. And the reason that we really want to keep this multi-year, if you've noticed our performance review, or not performance, what was it? Yeah, the second performance review of IPHC that just the report recently came out. There's a lot of discussion about multi-annual fishery limits in that. So I think we have to keep this in mind, not setting the TAC every year, or the catch limit every year, but maybe setting that catch limit every 3rd year or 2nd year or something like that. So if we were to do even 3 of these constraints with these 7 different SPR values and the 1 control rule, that's already 21 scenarios. And that would mean 21 scenarios of which we would tack each distribution management procedure on top of. So we're already expanding into hundreds of management procedures potentially. So this is why we're trying to narrow this part down. And in fact, we might only, apply a smaller subset of these constraints to the certain SPRs or something like that. Another interesting thing that came up yesterday, Dan, I think made the suggestion, what if we had a slow up, fast down approach and there's a max change 15% on there? So we can make combinations of these different constraints as well. We can combine a multi-year with a slow up, fast down, or, we can get crazy with this stuff. But I think this is sort of the set of options we'll consider for scale. If people want another control rule, we can do some, small investigations of looking at what's that control rule look like for a couple of SPR values, say, just to get an idea of that.
Tom.
Yeah, just a curiosity on the control rule. Should, in the unlikely event, it could be environmental, it could be things that happen. If you were to drive the stock to the 20%, is there any like T-target time you think with unfish it would take to build it back to 30%? I mean, for productivity, do we know what that would be roughly?
Well, I have no clue. It's going to depend on what the current conditions are, what the current incoming recruitment looks like, a lot of different factors.
Okay.
But the
That's
other
fine.
Interesting part of that, in our harvest strategy policy, we don't have a definition of what happens if we go below 20%. Do we have to rebuild to a certain level? Do we have to rebuild it to 30, 40, to a 36, whatever it is? That's going to be part of the MSE will inform the development of those types of components of the harvest strategy policy.
Yeah, and the reason I ask that, because that's kind of like then how far up that scale do we want to push it above 30 to be precaution? Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
Thanks.
So, sorry, go ahead.
Just to clarify though, we're not trying to tack on like options for how to do rebuilding management procedures or anything like that right here. So what would happen in the model, if in a model run where the relative spawning biomass was below 20%, is that there would just be no fishing, and then there would be no fishing until it got up above 20%, and then you would just follow the control rule back up, basically.
Yeah, it's hard to say with different environmental regimes, different recruitment, such variability. I mean, it could be 2 years to 30 years.
You could report on that though, out of this analysis. You could take the ones, couldn't you? You could take the model runs where, collect the model runs where the relative spawning biomass went below 20% or to 20% or went below 30% or something like that. And you could analyze the number of years it took to get back to a certain level or something like that. You could report out on that if you.
Except that fishing would occur.
It would follow the control rule.
Right.
But you could, given that you're following that control rule, how many years does it take to get back up above 30% is something that you could report out if you wanted to, just to note, not to spend too much time.
Yeah. Okay, so, sorry, Michelle.
Sorry, Alan, is there a specific, for the constraint of the multi-year, is it going to be 3 years or is it?
Yeah, that's a good point. Right now, that's what we're considering, a 3-year, but if anyone has different suggestions, I think that would be useful. Okay.
Since we've kind of determined that we don't want to be fishing at MSY, I'm wondering if you couldn't drop the 30% off on the tail of the range just to drop the options by 1. I mean, is it really plausible that we, given all we've just talked about yesterday and all we did with the target, that we would be really still looking at an input SPR of 30?
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can repeat it. Dan suggested dropping 30% SPR just because that's at the lower range of near, probably below what MSY would be. And the reason we actually had a discussion about that when we were putting these forward. And you're right, Dan, that's probably at the extreme beyond the range, but I learned from my mistake when I reported results a couple of meetings ago, I guess, or a few meetings ago. I pushed it up to an end of a range, which I realized that we should have gone a little further just so that we could see it really drop off and be out of the range. And so I wanted to include that 30% to make sure that I did have the very end of the range where we knew, okay, we're not going there. 34% might not quite be at that range. But you're right. It's when we get into, other combinations, I probably won't be focusing on 30 and 34 or even 50. I'll have a smaller set of SPRs, which is what I did with the constraints last time. Thanks for that. So the idea here is we're going to bring forward a certain set of management procedures in May, and then we'll refocus in May and be able to redefine what we want to look at in May based on those results. So that deals with the scale portion of that, and we can make recommendations if people have some ideas on exactly what they would like to see there. But now let's focus in on the TCY distribution component. And the way that I've been presenting this for quite a while now are there really 5 elements to this management procedure. The first is defining this coastwide target fishing intensity, which is partly science-based, the assessment model, and partly management-based, defining an SPR, what the appropriate SPR control rule is, for example. And then this is all sequential. So going from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is a process of going through this, is then you may distribute to the regional, biological region areas based on stock distribution, an estimate from a survey, for example, and that's really science-based. Then you may adjust those regional distribution using different fishing intensities in the different regions. That can be science-based, but there's also a regional allocation adjustment, which can have the management-derived component. So what I mean by that is, I'll show you here shortly, is we can analyze productivity by different regions, and maybe we want to adjust the harvest rate in the areas because there's different productivity in those regions. That'd be a science-based component of that. And then maybe we want to move or change the distribution of the mortality from certain areas into other areas based on other concerns like social concerns, economic concerns, data uncertainty concerns, things like that, that are more a management decision, a policy decision, not really purely based on this as an understanding of the data and the science and the stock. So what I'm trying to do here is delineate that there are science portions of this management procedure, of this procedures, and there's also policy-based decisions in this procedure. And then finally, if we distribute to the regions, then we would distribute to the regulatory areas within those, and that would be purely management derived because there's no biological basis why we define these biological regions, and splitting the catch further within that is purely a policy decision at that point. It's not based on the science of the stock, for example. So let's walk through these. Here's the coastwide target fishing intensity, which determines that coastwide TCY. We distribute to the region through, say, the all sizes WPE index from the survey. And that's really meant to meet the biological sustainability objective. So we can insert this into the management procedure to conserve spatial population structure, to really try to meet that objective. We then adjust the distribution of the TCY among these regions. So the boxes change slightly different sizes on the regions line. And this could be based on productivity, migration, and other biological characteristics. And then we may want to further adjust the size of those boxes based on, some trends in the data, historical observations, agreements, certain agreements between regions, for example. And these are really meant to satisfy fishery objectives. And then finally, allocating to the regulatory areas within a region are, can be based on just pure policy, observations in the fishery, data, agreement, but these are really meant to satisfy fishery objectives again. So that's the process of the management procedure. And again, to remind people, we already have it in our report, this idea of implementation variability, but there's this decision-making step. After all this is done, the commission receives all this information, it receives the management procedure output, and then they may adjust those further to satisfy other needs that aren't considered in the management procedure. And that's the decision-making step, which may deviate from the management procedure in unpredictable ways, which can be troublesome, but we'll try to simulate that, at least get an idea. If they deviate often, or if they deviate this much or this much, then these might be the consequences in not meeting the objectives.
To point out that that last flow chart you had going to the region is just one of the approaches that have been put on the table so far, right?
Yep.
I mean, there is very much interest of some members of going straight from coastwide TCUI to an area without passing through regions.
We'll
and
talk about that.
The current status quo is to go through straight to area.
Yeah.
So
So as a reminder, these 5 steps are the sequence of steps that may be possible. And I can't remember if we put it in there. We might put it in there, but I'll just back up. In the document, it definitely says this. Of these 5 steps, there are only 2 steps that are mandatory. And that's step number 1 and step number 5. We need to know what the TCUI is going to be, and we need to know what it is in each regulatory area. And how we get there, there's different reasons for going through different pathways. And that's what we'll discuss today. And we provide some examples of various ways to do that. So let's see. Yeah, okay. So I'm continuing to present here. The interim management procedure is, as Dan noted, is to first take, so this is the interim management procedure. How we're operating now is to take stock distribution estimated from the space-time model 032 WP by regulatory area. And this is done to link to biological sustainability objectives, conserving spatial complexity, for example. What I've been arguing is that if this is really linked to that biological sustainability objective, that we would probably want to use biological regions, because that has a more biological meaning, and to use all sizes WPU index, which is mostly O26 biomass. So this is just to meet this conserving spatial complexity objective.
the minimize wastage objective, which we're not allowed to talk about, but.
We can talk about it, but right now the stock distribution, as I'm seeing it, so in the interim management procedure, perhaps that is part of the objective that I was not aware of, to minimize wastage, and that's why the 032 was used.
Chris?
So just if this one linked to biological sustainability objectives, using the biological regions changes the consistency. We just, on the last one, we said the 2 that are mandatory are 1 and 5. Does this mean that the one on the regions is like if we want to be able to show we meet that objective, this is mandatory? It's mandatory to add the one about regions in now?
No. All that this means is if you really want to link this to that objective of conserving spatial complexity across regions, that you would want to use regions in this context. However, distributing directly to the regulatory areas may still meet that objective. And that's the whole purpose of MSE. Let's put in a really weird management procedure and see if it meets or does not meet the objectives.
Just so I understand how this would work then, if you went straight to area, you would run that as a scenario in the model, and then we would see if it drove the spawning biomass down to less than 5% in 2C or 33% in 3A. If the answer is it didn't, raise any of those red flags, and it would pass the biological sustainability metric.
Yep.
Right? So,
and what we might find is we'd also run a management procedure that first went to regions and then regulatory area. And then we'd say, oh, they both meet all the conservation objectives, fine. Now let's see if there's any difference in how the yield that 2C is actually getting.
Right.
We might find, there's no difference in yield. So then we have no way to decide between new management procedures except what might be easiest to implement.
Right, but to get to follow up on Chris's point is that you don't have to pass through region
Right.
to be able to evaluate whether it meets this biological sustainability metric. That can be evaluated on the backside,
Exactly.
whatever distribution pathway you want.
Exactly. And we don't need to put in a constraint to see if we meet variability objectives. Exactly the same concept. So let's talk about relative harvest rates now. In the interim management procedure, we first distribute to, or we determine what the distribution of the stock is across regulatory areas, but then we adjust that TCY based on relative harvest rates. And that's basically harvesting at a lower rate in the western areas compared to the eastern areas. So where this came from was past estimates of productivity in each area, some analyses done, estimated biomass trends in each area. There were concerns that some areas were declining while other areas weren't. So that was an indication potentially of productivity differences. Differences in emigration and immigration, how the fish are moving in and out of areas, and that there's this general trend of the population to move from east to west as they grow older onto genetic movement. West to east. I don't know why I always get that backwards. Thanks, Jim. West to east as they grow older. And then presence of small fish in the western areas. Uncertainty in the past data and the analyses done in those areas. There's been a paucity of data in some of the western areas, for example. Although that's, we've now had a lot more data collected since these analyses were done. And so what was done is that exploitation rates of 16.125% and 21.5% for western and eastern areas were determined as listed there in according to how they used to do the old harvest management procedure, the harvest policy back at that time, which is different now. What's different now is we use this coast-wide SPR concept, which is accounting for all sizes and all mortality. And we don't have this idea of an exploitation rate or an exploitable biomass. So we only need to use relative harvest rates to redistribute that catch. So the ratio of 21.5 to 16, or 16.125 to 21.5 is 75% to 100%. So we can just simply, we've been simply using that ratio to move fish from west to east. So it's exactly the same concept. But as I said, that analysis might be a little outdated. We have a lot more data recently. We've had changes in the environment. So we thought, let's redo an analysis on productivity and see if things have changed in the population. So I guess before I get there, the changes that we would suggest to relative harvest rates, if that were to remain in a management procedure, we're separating this into two components, as I've shown earlier. A science-based component, what is the analysis? What are the data telling us about productivity? And a management-based component, what are just the feelings of different stakeholders and managers on how the TCY should be distributed? So we need to conduct that research. We need to enumerate uncertainty of data in each region and consider other factors. And then remember, we're here to evaluate management procedures against the objectives. So however we change this, we'll always evaluate them against the objectives. So that brings me to what can inform us about how we should potentially distribute the stock among regions. Are there biological scientific reasons that we should shift distribution from one region to another? And one way to do this is a yield per recruit analysis, where yield per recruit is basically how much yield you can get out of one fish based on different harvest rates that you might apply to that, to the stock. So you have a fish that recruits into the population as a very small fish, and then it begins to grow quite quickly. I think Ian says as they age, just put a 0 on the end of their age up to about age 5. So 10 centimeters per year, that's pretty good. That fish is growing and putting on a lot of mass, but eventually that growth begins to slow, not so much for Pacific halibut, but as the growth slows, And then mortality begins to take more biomass out of the stock than growth is putting onto the stock. And that's that sort of trade-off between growth and mortality. So when they're young, they're growing so fast that a few fish are dying, but the fish that are surviving are putting on so much biomass that it adds to the yield. Then when they're like 20 years old, they might be growing very slowly, but a lot of fish are dying, or a few fish are still dying, but that biomass is actually declining on the yield. So this yield per recruit curve is typically going to peak or at least flatten out at the top. And you'll be able to find a point at which you can maximize your yield per recruit based on, and yet that's a harvest rate that would maximize that. So I'll show you some figures shortly. But we did, again, another type of equilibrium model here. And we tested different scenarios of, we used different weights at age and different selectivity patterns. And then we did some sensitivity on really shifting selectivity curve to lower ages. And what we're going to report is another type of reference point called F0.1. And this is the fishing mortality rate, the F, the fishing mortality rate that gets you near the peak. Just think of it like that. It's not at the peak of the curve, but near the peak. And this is a very common reference point used in fisheries management. And the figures might help explain that. Yep.
Can we just go back to slide 15 for a second?
Yep.
Thanks. So I just want to make sure I understand this slide. So what this is saying to me is that there's been a change now that the relative harvest rates are going to be applied by biological regions and not by.
That's not a change now. That's my suggestion for if we were to do this for reasons of satisfying objectives, this is how it should be done. If it's based on productivity, what do we know about productivity in 2A versus 2B? But we know something about productivity in the biological regions.
So is this new thinking again, pardon me? Is this new suggestion of yours is to counter the fact of switching to SPR? We've already in effect switched the effort by about 30% back into the west, which is what we're trying to avoid.
Switching to SPR didn't shift effort in any
Well,
way.
except you got rid of the harvest rate differential.
No, we have not gone. That's a separate concept of the SPR. So if we go back to here, we have the SPR determines a coast-wide TCY, right? And that's a single SPR applied to the coast. I think that's what you're referring to.
Yeah.
It's not shifting effort anywhere. It's just determining what the coast-wide SPR is. And then we determine the distribution first based on how the stock is distributed. And that puts amount of TCY in 4B, 4, 3, 2, et cetera. And then we say we have concerns about regions 3 and 4, that they might be less productive, that fish tend to leave the areas. So let's shift some of the TCY over here. That's the way we've been doing it for years. So that's not new thinking. That's the consistent thinking. That's the current interim management procedure.
It was a lot in harvest rate factor.
Yes.
It's not.
No, that's still the same. So that's the relative 0.75 to 1 relative harvest rates is doing that exact same thing. That's been done for 10, 15 years, I think now. Yeah.
I'm just confused as to what's being proposed here. So changes to the relative harvest rates.
There's no change
There's no
to the
change.
relative harvest rates,
Right.
except it's a little bit different. So the idea here is if we're going to shift stock distribution from west to east, why are we shifting stock distribution? Why are we shifting the distribution of the TCY from western areas into eastern areas? What's the reasoning behind that?
That's in the past. This is what we do.
This is what we've been doing, but what was the reason for doing that? Does anybody know?
Points on the board.
The point's on the board there, but one of the main reason is that there was a concern that these western areas were less productive than the eastern areas. So it's a biological concern, and there's a concern that there's migration out of these western areas into the eastern areas. Those are real biological concerns. Should we be, and we've already decided or determined that the biology is occurring at the regional level. So why are we trying to shift at the regulatory area level? So
looking at the time series, the area 4 went to 15% or, a lower harvest rate a year before 3B did. And they looked at 3B and 3B still hadn't found bottom. It was dropping precipitously. And so people said, well, maybe, the production is not as good in 3B as we think. And so they dropped 3B down because it was, falling fast. Now you're saying that 3B should be part of 3A. And we should actually increase its harvest rate by 25% when it's still a very, low. Yeah, I mean, it would add 750,000 pounds into 3B because the way you're drawing regions now forces 3B into 3A, even though it wasn't performing in a similar manner at a similar harvest rate as 3A was.
exactly.
That's where the disconnect is. They had the same harvest rate. 3B wasn't responding the way 3A was, so they tried to drop it. And so either the way you're drawing biological regions doesn't capture what really was going on in the water or what,
And that is exactly my point, is what the reasoning was before is now we have a different view of the stock. We have this view of biological regions. So let's redo the analysis. Let's have a look at this again and refigure out what might be the best way to do that. And remember, this is just a proposal. This is just one management procedure that we would evaluate against objectives in the MSE. I'm not telling you this is the way it has to be done. I'm telling you, if we want to be consistent with the thinking on why these things are done, this is the way that it should be done.
So I see Jim and Chris. Maybe let's stop the questions there, though, after Jim and Chris, so that we can let Alan get through the presentation. I think we're going to actually get to some of the answers.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like what my recollection of it, although that was a few years ago, wasn't just biological productivity that was the uncertainty within the western regions, but it was also the uncertainty around the effect of bycatch and the monitoring, and so it's not a biological one, but it's actually now it's a fishery thing, but it's still an uncertainty that affects productivity.
So that's my point here. Let's separate that into two different components. What are the components that are concerned with biology? And what are the components that are management based? And we can deal with those components in different ways. Maybe we have some management based concerns that would operate at the regulatory area level. We can deal with that. But we have some science-based biological concerns. So the point here is that I'm not trying to tell you this is what's been seen in the past and thus we should do it this way. The point is, here is a very consistent framework with a way that we're thinking about this stock. And this is a framework that we can use to develop management procedures. Jim?
Alan, did I have it right that we're trying to manage to the MSE kind of framework when you say that this is the way this should be done? So like we have a peer review in a couple of months or whatever. That's the kind of thing they're going to be looking for as a well-designed MSE process.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a framework we're operating under, and we want to make sure that we are doing the best practices of management strategy evaluation. And so yeah, if we define objectives in a funny way, for example, there are certain things that a peer reviewer might bring up as, yeah, that's probably not the best way to do this. That'll happen in the modeling specifications, the way we do the modeling, as well as how we're interacting with stakeholders in the MSAB process. But in the development of management procedures, I mean, anything can go with a management procedure. We can go out there and say, let's just take this every year. We can analyze that, and then we can find out if it meets or doesn't meet our objectives. And that's the key here with MSE. And that's why today with the management procedures, be creative. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm giving you a framework of which we can operate under, given the way that the commission works and the way that sort of the paradigm that we live in the whole process right now. So it would be very difficult to break out and do things, maybe extremely different. Managing just based on the survey trends in each regulatory area is probably not something that we can implement by 2021, because that's going to take some time to figure out how to implement that in our paradigm. So we do have to stay within the paradigm that the commission operates under. And that's why we're putting forward, here's a framework that fits nicely into that paradigm. You can think about this as steps, and you can insert your tools into certain different steps. And hopefully that will help us develop management procedures that make sense.
Thank you, that's helpful.
I said Jim and then Chris. I didn't say which Jim. So Jim.
And to be honest, some of the questions people are asking, I'm going to answer in the next three slides.
Maybe I'll just hold my question until we get through this.
Yeah, it's going to be clear that this is just a proposal on the framework. I'm not saying this has to be done. And then the concerns about 3A, 3B, you're going to see those. Hopefully those will be alleviated shortly. So we did this yield per recruit analysis based on each region, 2, 3, 4, and 4B. And we basically did a very simple yield per recruit analysis with a single fleet. We tested a number of different weighted agent selectivity scenarios. Now we did some sensitivities, and we report this reference point at F0.1, which is a useful reference point for comparing the productivity between the regions at least. They used to manage on that reference. Some areas have managed on that reference point as well. So what we have here are productivity by region, and we have 1985, 1999, and then the recent year, 2018. So these are really meant to really represent different productivity regimes in terms of the past historical that we've estimated. And what we can see here is these are the yield per recruit curves. And notice the way that Pacific halibut are, they just sort of keep growing throughout their lifetime. Most often you'd expect yield per recruit curve to come up and then start declining again. With Pacific halibut, they don't. They just keep increasing. You can squeak out a little bit more yield if you keep letting them grow. And that's why we use this F0.1. So F0.1, if we take a look at this middle black curve, there's a certain slope right here at the origin where this curve takes off and increases. F0.1 is where the slope is 10% of what it is at the origin. That's all it is. But as I said, just think of it as a very common fisheries management reference point that we can use to compare the productivity between the regions. So taking a look in 1985, we have region 2 in green, region 3 in blue, and the points are the F.1s, and you can see they occurred about the same F target or the same fishing intensity. So we have fishing intensity along this horizontal axis and the yield per recruit or productivity on the y-axis. So region 2 and 3, very similar harvest rate that you should be operating on those to meet this reference point. At that time, region 4 was maybe this analysis suggested in 1985 you should back off the harvest rate in region 4. And then in 4B, it says, yeah, that's a much lower harvest rate. Productivity is just really different in that region, and it should be harvested at a lower rate. So 1999, which is about the time that these past analyses had been done in productivity, that agreed with this in saying that regions 2 and 3 are about similar. Region 4 should be harvested at a lower rate, and 4B maybe even at a lower rate than that. Now, what's interesting is current regime, 2018, what that is showing is 4B is off on its own again at a low harvest rate, but it's showing that 2, 3, and 4 are all similar productivity regimes in terms of maximizing yield per recruit. So the point of this analysis is, let me see if this, so this next slide shows those results, 1985, 99, 2018, for weighted agent selectivity. And it shows that relative to areas 2 and 3, 4 might harvest about 0.75, and 4B at a harvest rate of about 0.5 of what the harvest rates in 2 and 3 are. So this is actually in somewhat of an agreement with what was done previously. And so that was reassuring to me. However, that analysis was done in the past, and what we're seeing more recently is that the productivity in region 4 can sustain harvest rates similar to 2 and 3. And potentially 4B hasn't changed much. So these are all relative to 2, or relative to area 3. Now, when you change selectivity, shifting to catching younger fish, maybe the size limit was decreased or something like that. It's just a sensitivity to see how sensitive these results are. It comes out a little different, saying area 2 has a little bit lower harvest rate perhaps. But I'd say within the general scheme of things, 2, 3, and 4 are very similar, and 4B is something on its own that might sustain a lower, that might need to have a lower harvest rate due to its lower productivity. So the interesting thing here is the past analyses are similar using past years, but currently it seems that things have changed, and potentially we don't need to have such a dramatic shift in the harvest rates based on just the biology. Now, there may be other reasons, as some have suggested, that we would want to. There may be social, economic, there may be data concern regions, there may be bycatch reasons, other things like that. But on a scientific basis of productivity, things change over time. Yep. And that's the key, is that things are changing over time. Is that some years, you know, maybe things look this way, and other years, maybe things look that way. So it's something to be aware of, and is a reason why we have to do an MSE and integrate over all these sources of uncertainty, changes in regimes, to get an idea if we how to develop a management procedure that's robust.
So the YPR on the y-axis, on the top graph, is that indicating that the fish were larger at the time that we were catching them?
Yeah, I think it was saying, yeah, yield per a single fish would have been higher, so weighted age was probably larger at that period of time. Yeah.
So I noticed your 3 panels are spaced roughly 15 years apart, you know, 15 to 18. Like, what is the time scale that productivity tends to shift on? Is it something that might change from year to year, or is it 5, 10-year chunks, or do you have a feel for that?
Yeah, I mean, I did a lot of that. I took a look at that, at least when I was developing the coast-wide operating model, because I was simulating changes in weighted age, and I was simulating environmental regimes. For the average recruitment regime, which really isn't captured in this plot, it's not important to this, but the average recruitment is, we have maybe 4 observations of changes, so not a lot, but in the past, they seem to change every about 20, 30 years. What we've had, it seems we may have had a recent change that occurred for maybe 5 to 10 years of a low period back to a high period or something. But with weighted age, I mean, weighted age is a slow changing process. It's not going to go from low to high in 1 year. So I would say this isn't a concern that we would have of, you know, 2019 is going to be extremely different. But that, you know, maybe it's I think in the look that I had in the simulations I have, weighted age probably changed over, you know, from a low to a high regime. It'd probably take at least 20 years, as you would expect.
Pair and then
Selectivity could change tomorrow. But yeah.
Now, Alan, let me see if I got that right. Did you say there seems to be an indication that weighted age is changing now?
Yeah, well, weighted age, yeah, seems to always be changing, and in the last, I'd say 20 years, it's been declining, but it's been more stable recently, right, Ian? Weighted age seems to be more stable recently, and maybe a potential increase.
The signals have been pretty mixed since about 2010.
That's right.
We've got some ages going up and some ages going down, but the strong declines we saw from the late 70s seem to have flattened out a bit around 2010.
And I think there's been some different signals in different regions too. Is that right, Ian? Some regions are showing different trends.
Yeah, region 3 is the region that's shown the biggest declines from the highest peak, and region 4 has been a little more muted. We don't have enough information to really reconstruct 4B, so we don't know how that's played out over time.
So hopefully this gives you some understanding of where in the past these relative harvest rates came from, and the information that we have now to inform the development of a management procedure if we want to try to address changes in the differences in productivity.
Chris?
Okay, thanks for that information. It sort of got rid of my earlier question, but I was just looking at the SRB, the outcomes of the 15th session. Paragraph 48, they talk about this specifically, and their interpretation seems slightly different than how it's being interpreted here. They're saying that the analysis, blah, 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 suggests that eastern areas may be able to sustain higher harvest rates than western areas, at least in some years. This seems to me that's saying that in some years you might be able to have a higher harvest rate in eastern areas than western areas, not that some of the western areas are increasing. You know what I mean? Like it seems to be a slightly different interpretation than what I'm seeing here, than what's on the screen there. Because they're saying that eastern areas may be able to have that higher harvest rate in some years, and this is saying that you can increase the western areas, some western areas. I'm just trying to figure out how that fits and you know, how it was discussed at the SRB.
I think you can interpret it either way. The glass is half full or half empty, in that you can look at it as, okay, given what we've been doing in the past, it seems like now maybe the western areas can be have a higher harvest rate. Or you can look at it as, oh geez, it looks like some years you might have the western areas need to have a lower harvest rate or should have a lower harvest rate, and in some years they don't need to have a lower harvest rate. So yeah, you can look at it however you want. The SRB didn't have a lot of discussion on it, and I think they just took a real general interpretation that there are changes over time. In some years that, you know, these western areas can support a similar harvest rate, and some years they might have to have a lower harvest rate due to productivity. And remember, this will come out in our analysis of the objectives, and that's why we have objectives like conserving spatial complexity. If we didn't have a management procedure that shifted TCY from west to east, let's say we do a very simple management procedure, then what we might see come out in the analysis is there's a high probability that in western regions, the biomass does get to small levels, because in some years you're harvesting at a higher rate than it might be able to sustain.
Jim, do you have a clarifying question?
Okay, so
I do have a question on the yield per recruit curve. So the selectivity, sorry guys, it's one conversation at a time, please. The yield per recruit curves talked about that shift to younger fish. Is it younger fish or smaller fish?
Younger fish.
It is always younger fish. Okay.
Because yeah, it's just purely age based. And so it's younger fish given that weighted age. So each of the eras is going to have a different selection on size. However, that's interpreted, which it isn't modeled at all, but it's just younger fish.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, just to make sure I'm clear on it. So what are we being asked here to do in terms of, like, is this something that is going to be a management procedure, is looking at different harvest rates by region?
That'll be up to you. So this is the end of my presentation. I suggest when questions are done here that we take a break. And when we come back, Pierre is going to run through some examples, how to put management procedures together. And then we're going to put you in your groups. And then you're going to use this as information. You're going to say, there's a little preview. You're going to say, okay, we'll use SPR in a control rule. And then when we distribute catch, I want to distribute to the region, shift from western to area. Based on this information, I have concerns, you know, and then I want to go to regulatory area. Or you might say, you know what, I just want to use a SPR control rule. And then I want 20% to go to 2B, 3% to go to 2A, 4% to go to 4B, 80% to go to 4C, D, and E. That's what we're going to do this afternoon. So this is just being provided to you as information to inform you in how you might want to put together a management procedure. And so this was information that the harvest policy analysts at IPHC did 10 or 15 years ago, I guess, when they were coming up with how should we actually have a management procedure, and they thought, wow, we really need to make sure we're protecting the western areas, the stock size in the western areas, and not harvesting as hard as in the eastern areas. Chuck?
Yeah, I may be overthinking this, or maybe this conversation's gone long by me. In the document 07, you mentioned that there's the possibility of using fishery-dependent weight per unit effort in determining how to distribute TCY, et cetera. Has that gone out the door? We haven't really discussed that, or is that a performance measure or an objective?
So we'll discuss that shortly. That's one of the tools that you might use in the management procedure. So when you're figuring out how I want my management procedure, you might say, okay, I distribute to the regions. Now I have this biomass in region 2, and now I want to use what the fishery's been observing in their CPUE to distribute the catch to the individual regions. Fishery 2C has had really high CPUE, and fishery 2B has had really low CPUE. So let's put a little bit more catch where we believe, we think that there's more higher catch rates, which might indicate more fish, for example, like that. So we'll talk about all those different tools, and that's some of the lists that we came up with at MSAB014, I think it was. We listed a bunch of the different tools. So we won't talk, I won't give a presentation on how CPUE or fishery WPUE is analyzed and the pros and cons of it, but I might try to defend if people start putting it in as a biological reasoning. I might say, it's probably not the best indicator of stock status, but it's a useful tool in other areas. Oh, sorry, Bob has a question too.
So I'm looking at column for region 4. And those numbers are increasing. Is that I got about three questions. Ooh, geez. So are those numbers increasing in column 4 because the 11-12 year class? Second question is the 1.1 at the bottom, does that suggest you could have a higher harvest rate in area 4? And if that's logical, why is the color not pulled over, the purple color?
Yeah, interesting.
So those are just some.
Yeah, so the first question is, it's not the year class coming in that's suggesting the change in region 4, because this analysis is an equilibrium analysis. It's not taken into account year class strengths. It's purely taken into account the growth, which is here weighted age, and the selectivity and the mortality in the stock. So what's happening, the region that area 4 is changing like that is likely that it has, well, two things, and I can't remember offhand, but the weighted age is changing, the growth is changing in region 4, such that the fish may be growing faster now toward to larger sizes, so it can provide more yield. And then the second reason is perhaps the selectivity changed in the fishery in region 4 in a way that allows it to support maybe a higher harvest rate. And we can see that in the bottom on your second question. The reason that area 4 goes to 1.1 is that mixture of the growth that's occurring in 1.1 and then it selecting younger ages says that it can harvest at a higher rate to maximize that yield. And so it's a hard, we haven't quite done the analysis in a way to really tease out what is it in the weighted age or the selectivity that's really causing these differences. But the sensitivity shows that perhaps selectivity has a big factor on this as well. And that changes in selectivity are affecting how you can harvest in those areas also.
Just because the bottom 3 rows of the sensitivity analysis, it's not actually what's happened.
Yeah, the bottom 3 rows are purely sensitivity. The closest that we have to the actual analysis is the top 3 rows there. And I'm not sure why the color came out different on 1.1, but yeah, I think everything's relative to area 3. That's why.
Scott?
I think you just answered my question. I was curious if this takes into account spawning areas and protecting the spawning regions. And I think you're saying you're not looking at that here. And in my mind, I kind of think that would be an important consideration. Is that a correct assumption, or is that something that we should more be worrying about?
Yeah, that's a really good point, and it highlights, so to agree with you, yes, this is not taking into account spawning areas in these different regions. It's not taking into account migration through these different regions. And so the fact that, you know, there is this general movement from western to eastern areas. But that would be another factor to consider when putting a management procedure together. So if we back up here, at the past, they considered productivity. We just did an analysis to update that. We haven't looked at estimated biomass trends in each area, but that data is obviously easily available in the past assessment documents. Differences in immigration, we haven't considered that. But those might be things that as you're putting management procedures together, you think about in your mind. You might think about there's presence of small fish, there's higher non-directed fishery discard mortality in certain regions that you might want to have lower TCUIs and other reasons to do certain things. But there's going to be a multitude of factors that go into you deciding how you put together a management procedure.
So is there science to back up these decisions at this point, or is it strictly management policy that we'd be making
for
migration and for spawning areas?
That I could say, you know, you can call that a scientific reason if there's evidence to support that Region 3 is the major producer of age 0 recruits, for example, and your goal in your mind is to protect spawning biomass, you know, maybe you do that. Or if there's a small fish in Region 4, you know, you have a closed area. That goal of that was to protect small fish.
Right, but is there actually scientific evidence that you have produced that can back up those statements at this point?
In reference to the spawning areas, not that I'm aware of, but you can review what Pierre presented on movement when you think about emigration and immigration between the different regions. We do also have evidence that potentially part of 4B could be a different stock altogether, genetic evidence of that.
Commissioner Degree?
Yeah, so it's my understanding that yield per recruit, it's informed by mortality of the stock. Did the sex survey, sex ratios, did you use the set line survey in determining that, or did you use the commercial sex ratios?
So that is a good question. So the mortality, the sex ratio would inform the mortality from the fishery, and by informing the selectivity patterns for males and for females. And so what we did here is we used the 2018 assessment. The selectivity from 1985 and from 1999, 2018 comes from the 2018 assessment, which did not include those sex ratio data. So this analysis is based on the most recent stock assessment, which will be updated this year. I'm not sure how that update would affect these results at all. And I'm not sure, well, I mean, we wait to see, hopefully at the interim meeting, how the natural mortality estimates for females and males might be affected by that sex ratio data as well. And so the natural mortality estimates, you're right, mortality from fishing and natural sources is the big play in this, balancing it with growth. And the natural mortality estimates were from that 2018 assessment. So I could redo this analysis after the 2019 assessment is out and see if there's any changes. I'm not sure what would happen though.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Breakdown.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so there's no other questions here. We're on track for a break right now, and then we'll shift over to Pierre's presentation on what we're going to play with in the different components of the management procedure. So we have 15 minutes, I think, scheduled. So let's plan to come back at 10:02 and get back to work then. Cool. Thanks very much. All right, folks, let's get back together. If everyone could grab their seats, we'll continue on with 6.2.
Good morning, everybody. Shall we start? Yeah, we're missing Chris, but
He'll come in.
yeah. Right. So now let's start with the fun bit of the morning. So we thought that it would have been interesting for you to form 3 to 4 groups and try to come out with some management procedures. So to see how it works and to, have a say on it. So this is based on the agenda. Initially, we were supposed to start at 12. We will probably start a bit before, but anyway, you will have time more or less around 2, or maybe we can anticipate it to 1:30 if we're starting in half an hour or so. We are going to provide you some templates which are on paper form and are those templates. We can also provide you a PowerPoint if you want, a PowerPoint template. If you prefer to work on your laptop, is fine for us. Then afterwards, we will try to summarize which management procedure you have come up with, and we will discuss those in plenary. And the objective is, at the end of this meeting, we want to have 4 management procedure well specified that we are gonna test for next May and we are gonna present. So it's very important that we come up with something today. Right. So this is a summary of the tools that actually you and we came out with at the last MSAB. It was MSAB014. We categorized those in like 3 categories. So there are the fishery independent tools, there's fishery dependent tool, practical tools, and then additional tools that I'm sure you'll come up with. Just be creative, think out of the box, surprise us. And as you can see, there are 2 of the tools that are kind of grayed out. The reason for that is that when we put them into categories, we realize that those are not really tools, are more concepts. So this is something that you want kind to achieve and you want your management procedure to achieve, but it's not really a tool. And you'll figure it out later on in the next slide. So here, these are the same tools, but I list them in this table. And in the columns, you have the scale at which those tools operates. So basically, you have things like SPR. We have a coastwide SPR. So that's the only scale at which SPR operates, and is green cell. Then you have the control rule, again, is going to operate at the coastwide level. Then you have constraints. You can actually put a constraint on a coastwide level, on a biological region, or on a regulatory area levels. You see in those tables, there are 2 colors, green and yellow. Green is the appropriate scale. The yellow refers to things that in theory they could be related to a coastwide level, but it wouldn't make much sense for what we're trying to do here, and it probably wouldn't be very desirable. But we included those in yellow just for you to be aware of that. And so, yeah, we can go through all of them. So we have, you can use the relative biomass estimated from the survey, and that can be at the biological region or at the regulatory area level. You have the O32, O26 ratio, or O32 WPE, or other proxy that you can think of. You can use trends in the survey, trends in the CPUE, and that, as it was mentioned before, the trend in CPUE is going to make sense at regulatory area level because it doesn't really give any information on the biological status of the stock. Then you can put area-specific limits, percentage allocation, floor on the TCY, stair steps to modify TCY at specific trigger reference point, relative harvest rate, that's the thing we've been talking about with Alan before the break, and whatever else you can think of. So these are the tools. And this is the table. So this is the table that you will have. You can see we left 4 blank columns, so you can fill up to 4. If you want more, I mean, we can provide you more templates, but I guess 4 is probably enough. Just as an example, I fill up the first column to give you an idea on how this is gonna, it should be done. And that's the interim procedure. So we have the SPR, we have the 30-20 control rule, no constraint. And then it goes all the way down to regulatory area level without passing through biological region. And you have, is based on the 032 WPE of the survey. And then, as we've been discussing before, on a relative harvest rate in which the Western area have a harvest rate which is lower than the Eastern area. And then I believe this is a 4-year kind of rule in which there is a share-based allocation for area 2B and a fixed TCY for area 2A that should last till 2022, I think. 2023, yeah. So, okay. So now what I'm gonna do, I will walk through some of examples that we've prepared. So I will first present you the example. I will see you which tools I've been using. I will show you which tools I've been using, and then we are gonna fill up this table. So for you to get an idea on how this is working. So this is a second example. For example, we have our SPR. This doesn't change. We have a coast-wide SPR, and we need to distribute that. So from coast-wide to biological region, we could, for example, use the estimate from the space-time model, all sizes WPE for each biological region. We could adjust these to account for different harvest rate between region, and then we could move to regulatory area using, for example, an historical percentages of mortality limit. And this is how this is filled up. So at the coast-wide TCY, I use the 30-20 control rule with a maximum change of 15%. And then at the biological region level, you have the WPOE from the survey and the relative harvest rate. And then at the regulatory area level, you have the historical percentages of mortality limit. And that's one example. Let's walk through another example. For example, we have our coast-wide SPR, and we need to move to biological region. So for example, we can use the estimated all sizes WPOE indices, but maybe we want to take the average of the last 5 years. So this is the plot. This is the WPOE all sizes by region. So each of these row, each of these row will sum up to 100. You have the years on the y-axis. And so, for example, I just took the average of the last 5 years, and I would end up having region 2 having 24%, region 3 52%, region 4 19%, and region 4B 4%. Then, once we have divided this into biological region, we need to move to regulatory area. So we could, for example, use the trend in the WPOE from the survey of the last 10 years, for example. So here we go again. This is our WPOE from the survey. This time, these are proportion of each regulatory area by region. So each one of these row will sum up to 100. And again, so you have, so I took the trend of the last 10 years. So you can see in region 2, more or less, the proportion between regulatory area remain more or less the same. So I just used a kind of an average of the last 10 years that would end up with this proportion. Region 3, on the other hand, you see kind of a trend. So you have an increasing trend for region 3A and a slightly decreasing trend for region 3B. And I just here used a higher number here. So instead, so it goes from 64% to 76%. So I said, okay, we can put 80% in region 3A. And you can use whatever you want. You could use a linear regression, whatever. And then for 3B, I put 20%. On the other hand, in region 4, you have an increasing trend for region for regulatory area for CDE and a decreasing trend for regulatory area for A. So again, I said, okay, we give to 4A 30% and to 4 CDE we give 70%. There we go. So we can fill up the table, and again, I decided to have a 30-20 control rule, and I decided to include the slow up, fast down, just to add some constraint. And then I fill up the biological region section, including the WPOE indices as an average of the last 5 years. And then for regulatory area, I'm gonna use the trends of the last 10 years. So let's go with another example. This is a bit more complicated. So I say, okay, we are gonna move from a coastwide SPR to a regulatory area SPR. So then you should be happy about that. I thought this example thinking about you. So, okay, and I said, okay, let's do it like that. We use a percentage allocation for each regulatory area based on our survey. And then I adjust that. So I put kind of a constraint in which I say, okay, I don't want though that from 1 year to the next, this increase more than 15%, right? Or decrease more than 15%. So I want that to kind of, to meet the stability objective. But then we need to put a cap to that, because the problem is that as soon as we put this constraint, our SPR, our realized SPR is going to change. And we don't want that to exceed too much. We don't want that to move too much. So we need to put a constraint on the fishing intensity, and this is gonna rule everything else, which means that if we exceed this constraint, then even though we are gonna apply an increase more than 50%, well, this is not gonna happen. We cannot exceed our maximum. So we need to cap it, to put, you know, a cap to that. So again, how are we gonna do it? So the WPOE all size by regulatory area, here is the proportion by regulatory area of our WPOE. Again, each row sums up to a 100. And I just took, yes, this is last year. So it's gonna be, yeah, you can choose whatever you want here. I just took last year, and that's what it is equal at. And then I'm going to fill up the table. So in this case, you will see that on the top, at the coastwide level, you have two things that are grayed out. One is the SPR, because that's what we have. It's not going to change. But one is also our maximum fishing intensity, because now that we put a constraint at the regulatory area level, we want also to have something here that stops us to go above a specific level. And then I decided to have a 30-20 control rule, no constraint here because we have a constraint down here, so maybe it's not necessary, or maybe it is, but the management strategy will tell us. The evaluation will tell us. So yeah, we go down there to regulatory area allocation, and we have a percentage based on the regulatory, based on the survey, on the WPOE survey, and then we have our constraint. And then we have, again, our constraint not to exceed the maximum coastwide fishing intensity. Yes?
Your example, the target SPR is different than the maximum fishing intensity.
Yeah, and here is where.
I think it might help if we have a little illustration of how this looks on the board here. I'll do that back here. Let me grab a pen.
Okay, thanks, Piera. That when Piera proposed this idea, I was like, no, as I usually am. And then we started talking about it, and we thought, oh, this might actually work. But it took us a while to figure out what it really meant. And by drawing it on the board, I think that helped a lot. So we have stock status here. And we have fishing intensity, where fishing intensity increases, which means SPR equals 100. And sorry, online, I'm drawing on the board right now. SPR equals 0. So again, this is the harvest control rule, where we have that line is your reference SPR, right? And let's just say, for example, it's 46%, which is what that reference SPR currently is in the interim management procedure. We then have the control rule, a trigger goes to 0 at the limit, and then it's the SPR is, or the fishing intensity is set to the lowest it can be. Now, what the framework that we've been operating under is we have the reference SPR that's operated by that, and the management procedure is not to deviate from whatever that SPR says. And so when you distribute the catch, depending on how you distribute the catch, you might have to rebalance the books to get that same SPR back. And Ian already does that in the assessment. It's a very minor adjustment. I mean, if you distributed all the catch to 4B, it might have a slightly large effect, but that's not going to occur. So any distribution procedure is not going to have effect on that. But what Piera noted is when you distribute this catch and then you have a constraint on how much it can change within a regulatory area, the TCY in that regulatory area may not change enough to match this reference SPR. And therefore, you may, after distribution, you may find that stock status is here, but you're actually operating at a higher fishing intensity than the reference SPR says. Or you may actually operate at a lower fishing intensity, depending which way it's going to go. So what does that mean? Where does this maximum fishing intensity fall into that? It falls in as this sort of, we were drawing as a dotted line up here, which means if the dot is not above that dotted line after you do the distribution and these constraints, then you're okay. So you think of this as your buffer zone. And so you operate at some target SPR, you distribute it, and then you reevaluate what your SPR actually is, and then you say, I'm okay, I'm in the buffer zone. But let's say we're down here at a slightly lower stock status, and the distribution procedure says we need to change the catch quite a bit because things aren't looking good. They're not coming in or something like that. And you end up with the dot, your realized SPR after distribution, everybody's been constrained. We're not changing the TCY much. And you end up outside above that maximum fishing intensity. Then what would happen is then you would rebalance it to come back down there. The TCY in certain areas might exceed that 15% constraint. To rebalance that we'd have to work out exactly the details on that. I think for now we might do some equal thing among areas or something like that, or the ones that exceeded, bring everything to 15% or any of that. Well, we'll figure out how to do it. But the key is that at certain times, the constraint at the regulatory area is not going to hold, and we're going to have to change the TCY. Now, what's interesting, if you start thinking about this a little bit more, I'll give the other people a chance to see this, is that when we're below this fishery trigger point, is that now this dotted line is going to have to come and match that point there, right, eventually. So it's actually really interesting in the fact that as stock status declines, the buffer zone is actually getting smaller. And I think that's a desirable quality to have in this management procedure. And then if stock status is below 20%, it doesn't matter. Fisheries are closed. So that's the idea. I think it gets at this, the concept that was grayed out in earlier slide of zero-sum game, not having a zero-sum game. This means the management procedure says that, but it's not necessarily a zero-sum game if you want to adjust it by these different constraints at the regulatory area level. So when you think about these management procedures, be creative like this. This was great. Pierre came up with this and didn't have my normal biases associated with it. So it's really good. And hopefully that explains to people, gives you a little bit more insight into what we're thinking along with that one. Any questions on that?
Explaining it seems consistent with what we did last May when we said the target SPR is 42 or 43. You should stay within a range of 40 to 46, basically, is kind of consistent with what you're drawing on the board. I can give you an idea of we can talk, I have an idea of how you would adjust areas back to the buffer if you exceed it. We can talk about that.
Right, and that is something yet to be decided. And realizing when Pierre was presenting these examples, after today, when we have a small set of examples, I mean, we'll probably have to do some real specific, exactly how things are going to occur at different levels. But today, I think it's really good to get the general concepts out there, and then we'll work on some of the details. And then I note, Dan, you said that when we defined that range, so let's say this was a 40, yeah, a 42. And then this would be a 40. And then, but down here, you also mentioned that there's a lower range of 46. And in my mind, this lower range isn't necessary. But I know you have reasons for including the lower range on it too, for making, but if the commission, for example, last year, they went and the catch limit they decided on resulted in a 47% SPR. That is outside the box, and that is actually being precautionary. So I don't think we have to worry about adjusting that back, but it can be part of the management procedure. So just to note that. The other thing to note is when we thought about this, to reduce the another axis of potential elements that we would have to have a range on being the maximum fission intensity. So remember I said earlier, there's these SPRs from 0.3 to 0.5, there's a control rule, there's different constraints, and that's just increasing the number of management procedures. And we thought, oh boy, this adds a whole nother, should the maximum fission intensity be 36, 30, 25 or something like that. And we thought, no, let's just fix this top point at SPR MSY, and I believe that's about 35%. So I think that's a prudent way to go, because we wouldn't want to operate at a value much greater than what we would expect MSY to be occurring. We don't want to go to the left side of that curve, but that's open for discussion as well.
Is there any more question? No? So yeah, just this last slide, that's again the template. And yes.
So my question is, so we have the lower harvest rate in areas 3B and olive area 4. Well, the management procedures, the way they're laid out, will it allow us to basically, because of the lower productivity now in area 3 and the higher productivity in area 4, would it allow us to increase the harvest rate in area 4, but decrease it potentially to 0.75 or otherwise in area 3? Does it get that detailed, or do we need to test them all at one and then just see how the model reacts and show?
That's your management procedure, that's your choice. So basically we present you, what we presented were the evidence from the analysis we did. So if you recall the analysis, actually, so the current situation is represented by the top 3 lines. So these 3 lines underneath, those were sensitivity analysis in which we just moved the selectivity just to make sure that we were incorporating all kind of uncertainty or whatever. But the current situation is actually those 3 top lines. And, you know, here you basically could say that the productivity between region 2, 3, and 4 is more or less the same currently. So that's what we are saying. And again, your harvest rate, as we were talking before, a relative harvest rate could be based either on scientific evidences or on more political reasons or more, you know, management reasons. So you can really decide whatever you want, and then we can discuss in plenary if that's actually sensible or not.
Okay, so my interest is in the scientific part of it. Can we go back to slide 17 real quick? And so as I look at this slide right here, and I look at region 3, for instance, on the top slide, 1985, you could see that it had a really high productivity. And then in 1999, you see in area 3, the productivity coming down. 2018, you see it coming down even further, which is an opposite trend to maybe area 4. And so my question is, you know, will the model allow us through these management procedures to put in a 0.75, for instance, in area 3, but use a 1 in area 4? Or does the model allow us to be that specific by area as to what we set the harvest rate to? Or maybe
Yeah.
it does. Okay.
It does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah. Yes.
And you can also get really creative. And I mean, we can get crazy here. You can put in, I want the relative harvest rates based on a yield per recruit analysis every year, so that you're adjusting those relative harvest rates every year. Might not fly, it'd be difficult to implement, but you know, we can think outside the box. This is the opportunity to bring things forward and see where they go. You know, we might eliminate some things now, but it could transpire in the future as potential management procedures. So be creative.
Okay, so understanding that, then I'm just wondering, and then you have the template that we're going to use. Are we actually going to test those in the live model in the interactive tool, or are we going to just kind of do the paperwork for today and then you'll take that and do something with it?
So we will discuss together in plenary, and by the end of the meeting, we will have 4 or 5 management procedure, hopefully, that everybody's happy with, that we are gonna test in the next month, and we'll present you the results in May. But I mean, not all of the one. I mean, I don't know how many management procedures you have in your mind, but I'm not sure we can test all of them. So we need to select some of those, and yeah.
Sorry, last one then. So the management procedures that we want to move forward, for instance, we just kind of have to do that on a whim, thinking that this could be a good combination of management procedures to achieve the objectives. But we may suggest something through this chart here, and at the end of the day, it comes back and it's not the result that we were looking for. And I guess we have to wait a month to find out if we were right, and hopefully when we come back, then if we were not right in our assumptions that really doesn't work, then at that point we could toss them back out.
So
Yeah, and that's the plan. So the mistake we made with the coastwide is I came back in October, showed you results, and we're like, we're not quite happy with that. We want to see more. And then I had to do a lot more and then present it to the commission. So the idea here is this meeting, we're going to get an idea of what we're all thinking of for management procedures, and try to just get a sense of how people want to put management procedures together. And then we'll come back in plenary for an hour or something this afternoon and decide as a group, okay, here's 5 management procedures that we really like. So really we'll have the current interim in there. We'll have management procedure 1 because that's what we're currently doing. And then we'll define maybe 4 other boxes. We'll see where we get to. We have to go away and then implement those management procedures in the actual operating model. And that takes a lot of time. You know, it might take a month to actually simulate all of these management procedures. So when we come back in May and reconvene, we'll then show you results of the output, just as we did with the coastwide stuff. We'll have an Explorer tool, we'll have all these performance metrics, we'll be evaluating trade-offs, and we'll be able to see out of these 5, wow, I really like this one. Oh, this one didn't do quite what I thought it was going to do. And oh, this one's turning out to be a really good one. At that point in time, we'll take the ones we like, maybe identify even a few others to bring back in October. So the idea is to give us a full round of seeing results, try to hone in on what we're trying to get at, and then have a good range of options to present in October to the MSAB to do a full evaluation on and make a recommendation. So it would be nice to maybe have 3 rounds of that, but we just don't have the time for it.
Just for clarification, so the number, you've mentioned 3 or 4 groups, we have potentially 4 management procedures. You're going to take 1 from each group, or you're going to take the 4 that each group develops? I'm not quite clear on how that's going to work.
Yeah, I would say let's just groups, however people want to form up and do this. I think in the afternoon, we'll just take all of the management procedures that were produced by all the groups and try to sort through them and figure out a way to present them. And then as a group, we decide which ones of the whole collection we will bring forward. That might end up being 4 management procedures from one group and none from the other groups, for example. So we're not looking for this to be any sort of partisan thing. You know, we're looking for this to be a brainstorming. You can group up, you don't have to group up. And then as the MSAB will then decide on, here's 4 additional management procedures that we would like to see results for in May. So we're not asking you to group up in a way that, well, we have a chance to get 1 in. No, you might get all 4, you might get none.
No, that's not what I actually meant.
Okay.
It's just that picking 4 or 5 when we don't know what they're going to be. But I mean, people, because the people have their own biases, no matter what group you find in, you're going to find ones your own biases. And so like picking which 4, that instantly puts in biases and stuff. So I'm just, okay, we'll see how this is going to work and how.
Yeah. So okay, let's think about it like this then. We do this group exercise, and let's say that we come out with 20 management procedures. People fill out these boxes, and we have 20 different management procedures on the table. Then we'll ask the MSAB, please narrow this down to 4, because we can't do 20. That's the job of the MSAB, to be honest. So we have to do that. And if we can't, then I'll do it.
Any other questions on this working group task? Okay, so there are hard copies of the template to fill out. This presentation is also online, although I think, like I said, there's people want a digital version, they could do that as well.
I can send one out.
Yeah. So we have some time to decide to do this. What the thing we suggest is folks can split up into their groups and start working now, but also plan to work through lunch, and we'll just let people know that there's food ready.
Yeah.
And can work on this over lunch.
Should we reconvene at 1:30?
1:30 was the time we had, to come back together.
So a half an hour now, and then an hour and a half over lunch, which people can continue working, but now is, you know, Pierre and I and Ian and others will be available to help out with people, questions that they have. Feel free, if you liked one of the examples, just put that forward. I think those examples will actually fall into the collection anyways. Use those examples as starting points. Come up with a new idea. Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll move around the room. For those in the webinar, we'll have the mics off, so you won't hear all the chatter in the background, but we can use some space here. We can probably use the room next door where lunch is, the boardroom.
There's a small room with the office with the TV in it that's 2 doors down from the boardroom that's available.
Okay, so we can spread out and get the space that you need to get the work done. Lunch will be available in the boardroom. Some people will be working there and eating, and we'll go from there.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Good luck.
And if anybody needs help, any of us are around to give you clarification or anything, just grab any one of us.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you had a productive couple of hours there going through some of the management procedures that we'd like to ask the Secretary to work on over the next few months. Okay, so we're going to get going. The rough plan for the afternoon is let's spend an hour and a half or so through to break, sharing our management procedure ideas. Alan's going to pull up Excel sheet on the screen and transcribe some of these pieces, mostly so we can make sure we're hearing and saying the same things. After the break, we'd like to come back to the objectives table that we are going to be evaluating these procedures against over the next year and a bit. And then time permitting, but hopefully, see if we can put forward a recommendation on the coastwide SPR. Basically just revisiting what we said at MSAB014, because I believe we only put it forward as agreed or noted, because we normally make recommendations in the October meeting. So that's the plan: management procedures, reviewing the objectives table for this evaluation, and hopefully a recommendation on coastwide SPR. Sound good? So while Alan's pulling up this spreadsheet that we see on the screen for the webinar, any takers for going first?
So we put together two management procedures. Let's see. The first one includes a coastwide SPR, 30-20 control rule, maximum fishing intensity with SPR MSY, and a 15% constraint.
Did you say maximum?
Maximum fishing intensity. Yeah. And 15%. So no biological region. So we go right down to regulatory area allocation. And this will be based on 032 survey with a 3-year weighted average.
Does weighted average have a meaning?
We don't have values weighted less heavily than they currently are, but still more heavily in the recent year. And then we have a relative harvest rate with 2 options. Eric,
can you use your mic, please?
I missed that part if we did. Did we? That sounds like a fine starting point, I guess.
Excuse me, as I remember, our weighted average was 50% on the most current year, 30% and 20%.
Okay.
Okay, so the first option is status quo. And then the second option is yield recruit analysis on a 5-year basis, to be reviewed on a 5-year basis.
So the relative harvest rate is the status quo, and then a different potential procedure would be based on some sort of productivity analysis. Like
yep.
Right. You could update the harvest rate every 5 years.
Right, updating it every 5 years.
Yeah.
And then we'd also like to layer on an option for looking at a 3-year average CPUE that would inform a 5% interannual adjustment.
3-year average CPUE?
Yep, commercial CPUE.
Yeah. And how does that interact?
It would inform a 5% interannual adjustment to the regional allocations.
Okay.
So up or down based on, we're reluctant to say the trend of the CPUE, but movement.
So it would adjust the allocations up or down 5%?
Yeah, within the maximum fishing intensity buffer. Yeah.
Oh, I see. So and that's just saying if the average is up, it would go up 5%?
Yeah, Correct. Yeah. So we were trying to respond to what we hear commonly at the conference board about the distinctions in the survey and what the fishery is witnessing.
Yeah. So every year there'd be a 3-year average CPUE.
Of the previous 3 years, yeah.
And if the CPUE was up, that would increase the allocation by 5%. And if the CPUE is down, decrease it by 5%.
Or again, I guess up to or down to 5%.
Okay, so how
there
would
could
be
be a
determined in between, I guess?
We didn't get into that detail. Yeah.
And we can, I think it's good to get these general ideas. And then we can always, if something's missing, we'll just make an assumption or we'll talk to whoever we think's put it together.
That would be to the buffer.
Right, within the buffer. Yeah.
And so that would go up or down.
Right.
Within.
So the base allocations wouldn't change across the regulatory areas, but within the buffer, if there was room within the buffer, you could see that movement up to 5%.
Okay, sorry, I was trying to make it bigger. So it sounds to me like there are, this is good. Let me try to get this all on one screen. Was there anything else in this that you had, Angel?
No, that's it.
Okay. So it sounds to me like there are potentially 3 or 4 management procedures in this with the different options being in there. And those options, this is really, maybe Excel's not the best option here. Why don't I just try to word wrap it? How do you do the word wrap?
Right click on that cell.
I can't even read it.
Up a little bit, up one more, stop. Alignment, yeah. And then wrap text is checked on right now.
Oh, it is checked on. But it's not wrapping, is it?
Expand it a little more.
Too big. Yeah, there we go. So it sounds like maybe we have a procedure with just this and then a procedure with just that, and then a procedure with that and the 5%, and then a procedure with that and the 5%.
Well, I think that we could have a procedure with the survey and then the relative harvest rate as well as one. So I guess 1, 2, 3, there could be up to 9, I guess.
So it's all 3 of these can have some combination. So you can have the O32 and the relative harvest rate. Yeah, in combination with each other.
Did you want to see
like we do now, basically?
Yeah. My recollection when we talked about this is the concept of the O32 and then the harvest rate defining your base allocation. And so that's how you come up with a base amount. And then you can have up a second adjustment to that of up or down 5%. But that's, you need a percent allocation and a harvest rate to get that base allocation in the first one. So whether those are looked at as 2 separate management procedures or one that has 2 components to have a result, I don't know.
So the base allocation is always determined from O32 WPUE?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you would tack on or not the relative harvest rate?
So
I think you would always tack on the relative harvest rate.
Right.
Right.
So,
Okay, and so that's either status quo or
Status
YPR.
quo,
So that's
yeah.
4. Yeah, that's 4. And then of those 4, you can do this on or off.
Right,
So
so
that's
that'd
8.
be 5
Okay.
or 6, yeah.
I'm not getting to 8
I see.
in my mind.
Okay, so let me escape out of that. So you always do this, and then you can do status quo or this YPR productivity analysis.
So that's 2.
That's 2, right? Yeah, 2. Yeah, okay. And then you can do, right, and then you can do,
3,
tack
4.
this on to both of those, because that's 4.
Yep.
Okay.
4. Okay.
So I'm just gonna, instead of trying to write out 4, I'm just gonna note that at the bottom, and then we can talk about these.
There's one more.
Okay.
One more nuance I think we talked about in this one, and that's the priority if you bump up against max. And so the first thing you could do is the 15% constraint, which may actually put you in the buffer zone at some time, but because that benefits all areas, that takes the first bite out of the buffer. And then if you're doing the commercial CPUE plus or minus 5%, that would be the potential second bite out of the buffer, but that would be the one that could be constrained first. Does that make sense?
Oh, I see. So right. So you would do the whole management procedure with the coastwide 15% constraint. And then depending on that CPUE fit in, you would do the adjustments at the regulatory area to meet the SPR, but not at the coastwide level.
So you're going to come up with a coastwide SPR, and then you're going to be doing the 15% constraint, which some years is going to put you above your target and into the buffer.
Right.
And so that becomes the first bite out of the buffer.
Okay.
And then you're going to go down to the allocated to the areas and then potentially be able to give an area 5% up or down. But that 5% is then the second bite out of the buffer. And if there's no more buffer left, then there's no more 5%. Does that make sense?
Yep. Yep. So it's sequential again.
Yeah. Right.
Coastwide and then at
Prioritized.
the regulatory. Yeah.
Yep.
I'll forget all this by tomorrow, so I'm just going to make a quick note of that.
While Alan's writing that out, would you be able to speak to the 032 survey 3-year weighted average? I mean, is that basically looking at status quo, or is it looking at the trend over the 3 years and applying it to some baseline amount?
Do you want to speak to that?
What is that weighted average being applied to or used for?
So it's based on the 032 distribution of the stock. That's one, like currently status quo.
Yeah. Okay.
And then we're using the 3-year weighted average as kind of a smoother for how much the distribution jumps around from year to year. And, the current approach uses a much heavier recent year weighted average. I think it's 75 or 90% recent year, which causes it to be kind of bumpy. And the goal here was to, use the survey information, the recent survey information, but actually use that to try and make it so you may not need an additional smoother at the regulatory area scale.
Was this just 032?
Okay. Any questions on that? Did you guys have any others? Or is that about the?
We have one more.
You have one more? Okay. So
I think it might be helpful to maybe more for planning future, but this is not just MP1. This is going to be a few different options.
Right.
So I think we should put the MP1 through 4.
So should I label this at all up top there?
I don't know. You might as well for now, but I can envision this being parsed into 4 separate MPs, so we can actually compare.
Oh, I see what you're
across
saying. I see what you're saying. Right. Good point. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, like that.
Because we know that's 4 possible ones.
Correct.
So MP 5 and potentially more.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to shrink this down a little bit. Expand this one.
Angela, do you want to share the next one?
Sure. So coastwide SPR, 30-20 control rule, slow up, fast down, and a 15% constraint. So we go straight down to the regulatory area again. And that the percentage of the TCY equals 70% of the most recent 5-year commission adopted TCY. Plus 30% of the 032 WPUE survey.
Most recent adopted, is that including last year, or is that the same time period that commissioners used for at the Victoria meeting?
We were trying to emulate what they did with Area 2B, so I think it was.
So it was 5 years
Yeah.
prior.
Yeah, there were two ideas talked about. I'm not sure we settled down on any one of them, but one of them was to do the most recent 5, so 2015 to 2019. But then this concept of, does that continue moving forward in time so that you're actually picking up a second trend that, you know, if rather than holding it constant over time as you get 10 years out from now, are you still using 10-year-old data for your base period? And I think that was Sarah's point, right? So it would be 2015 to 19 in year one, and then each year would roll
Average.
to be current.
Right. Did you have a preference? Constant or moving, or one or the other, or?
I think it was the rolling is what we decided. Okay. To start the rolling, you would start on the 15 to 19. Does that make sense? Any nods around the table? Okay.
In 5 year?
Yeah. Starting in 2015 to 19. And then the survey is just for the current year that the harvest advice is being set, correct? So for this one, it would be the 2019 032 survey WPUE?
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I'm pausing is because I think that the current, it's the status quo approach, which does use some kind of a weighting, but the weighting is really heavily on a single year. So it's whatever the status quo is.
How catch is currently, or how survey is currently distributed.
The status quo doesn't use that weighting scheme anymore. It in the space-time model, that's not needed because the space-time model automatically incorporates that weighting now. So that 70, whatever it was before is gone. Is that right, Ian?
Yeah, that's correct. Oh, then it would, sorry.
Can you just say that again?
Yeah, sure. So in the past, when I first arrived and they did not have the space-time model for the survey yet, they did a weighted average in determining this distribution component of the past 3 years. And was it 70, 75, 20, and 5? Yeah. So weighted average of that. But movement to the space-time model has a temporal smoother on it. That's temporal correlation. And so the SRB agreed that the weighting is no longer necessary. The space-time model is automatically incorporating that weighting on it. It's internally weighting itself, basically.
The 70, 20, 70, 25 or 70, 30, what was that? 70 what and 30 what?
70%.
Is it on here?
70%, 20%, and then 5% for the last 3 years going backwards in time.
Okay.
That was the old
70% for the most recent.
Yeah.
Okay.
But so this MP then, the 30% weighting is, I shouldn't say weighting, the 30% 032 survey WPUE is just 30% from whatever comes out of the space-time model of distribution, right?
Okay. Was there anything else on this one? No, that's it. Cool.
Thinking back to MPs 1 through 4 then, with that 3-year weighted average, does that weighted average recommendation change at all, given what folks just recalled about the space-time model? Like, would this be weighting the past 3 years of the space-time input, even though it's already been smooth?
Like the model doing that?
I guess what we're trying to understand is in the model, the current modeled survey does cause a lot of volatility still. And so we were looking at a way of trying to dampen that down by using a weighted 3-year average. And I don't know whether that's going to be effective or not, but the intent was to have that act as a smoother so we didn't have to put on an additional smoother. And so if those people who understand how the model works better than I do say that we would probably be better off trying to explicitly put in a smoothing function, then we would do that.
No, I think if you're concerned about the variability coming out in the current model survey, then
Yeah.
you know, you can put on a weighted average like this to try and smooth that out even more.
Yeah, I think it's fine too, what you're doing. And I'm just kind of thinking through in my head what the space-time model is doing. Yeah, which is gonna, I mean, it's kind of like estimating that correlation through time and the patchiness in space. So it is smoothing, but it is a little bit of it's a different process. So I can see how they would accomplish two different things depending on the circumstances and the fish and et cetera.
So I think that there was a discussion too, that since we get 2 bites of the apple, it'd be interesting to try this. And then in May, if it comes back too jumpy still, we could then go ahead and perhaps put in an explicit constraint. But at least this would bring us back some idea of how it works.
All right, that's cool. Great. Yeah.
So just, I'm going to sound like a broken record a little bit from the group that I was just working with, but I think one other thing that is important to, I mean, we split up kind of into an Alaska group, and one thing that is important is thinking about Area 4B and potentially treating it quite differently from everywhere else. There doesn't seem to be that much movement between 4B and the rest of the coast, and whether it's still applying a 0.5 harvest rate to 4B, but not shifting those fish into the rest of the coast or something like that. We didn't factor that into a management procedure anywhere, but it's something that we did talk about quite a bit.
Thanks, Sarah. That would be good to know. Okay, thank you. This is great. I think we have some really good concepts up here, combining different constraints at the coastwide level, and then how different methods to actually distribute the TCY among regulatory areas.
Within MP5, is there any interest in looking at, is the key interest around the regulatory area piece or the coastwide piece? And would there be interest in looking at just slow up, fast down, or just 15% constraint, or neither? Is there a reason that both were in there?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've looked at them separately, and we haven't looked at them in combination together. And I think when we've seen separately is that slow up, fast down tends to result in a variability on average around 6 or 7%, which is what people would love. But it does have these extreme excursions some years where it's above the 15%. So if you were to able to, you know, trim off those, it might be a preferred tool as opposed to a 15% only constraint, which can allow you to go up 15% and down 15% from year to year. So that if we could get the benefits of the 6 or 7% without the extreme drops, without hurting things, that would be more desirable than having, like we saw, that the 15% as it's currently modeled means that in 5 out of 10 years, your quota is going to change by 15%. And rather than having that kind of volatility back and forth, if we could smooth it out to 6 or 7 would be great.
So that's helpful to know. I mean, for what I'm really hearing is this variability is not desirable, given that, and that's fair. The reason I asked about parsing out different components of PM5 is, or MP5 is, we won't know whether that smoothing is a function of the regulatory area distribution right now, or the combination of slow up, fast down, and plus minus 15 constraint. Right, so if we'd want, I don't know, this is gonna get really out of hand. I could see MP5 like this. MP6 is just slow up, fast down, everything else the same. MP7 is just 15% constraint, and then no constraint. So then you're able to parse out which of those constraints in the coastwide or the smoother are actually driving the variability.
Yeah, and I was waiting for that concept to come up, because we have really different elements that we can all piece together, and the full design of this would be thousands and thousands. So when we get an idea, the way I'm looking at this is great, you put some management procedures together, we have some really good idea. But I am looking at an element level. And when we go away, the MSE team will consider this as like, you know what, we might want to do some other comparisons to get an idea what elements are driving what. So we can work on that. But if you do have suggestions now, please let us know.
Yeah, that's good to know, as long as it's something that's, you know, a manageable volume of work, because I do think it'll be really important in the evaluation, be able to parse out what's driving that.
Yeah.
Looking at MP5, I see stability is really being sought. There's 3 different items that have been added to that management procedure to try to stabilize catch limits.
Yeah.
And which one's most effective, or how do they interplay with one another?
So we might find in the results that there's one SPR that sort of satisfies the objectives in our mind, and then we might run a couple of different alternatives with just that single SPR.
Yeah.
So we would have like 7 of this management procedure, and then we'd have MP5A and MP5B, which are just single one-offs.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, anything else, Angel or Dan on that? Cool, thank you very much. Who would like to go? Did we have 3 groups? Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's another group that would like to go. Is that you, Jim? Sorry?
Yeah. Okay, let me set this up real quick. Shrink that one. This one did.
We had 2. So first one was SPR with a 30-20 control, 30-20 control rule for the coastwide TCUI. There was no distribution to the biological regions. It went straight to the regulatory areas. And it was a regulatory area, 20% share for 2BC, the coastwide TCUI, and the remaining 80% of the coastwide TCUI distributed based on the FIST WPUE surveys, utilizing the relative harvest rates for the other regulatory areas or whatever sort of works the best.
And that was 032?
As of, and I'll go ahead.
So that was that.
That was that one, yeah.
That was the whole management.
That was the whole management.
What did you say about relative harvest?
Well, we're just looking at the first one, right? It said just 232 WPUE relative harvest rates. So basically you're maintaining what's already been done in practice.
Maintaining the current relative harvest rates?
Yeah.
Okay, so distributed based on the modeled survey and relative
Yeah.
harvest.
Yeah.
The harvest rates, sorry, I'll just clarify again. The harvest rates that have been used before and not the harvest rates that are implied by the newest analysis. Is that correct?
We haven't seen the newest analysis.
What? The yield per recruit that we saw. Yield per recruit analysis that we saw?
Yeah. Well, we'd actually talk about that one because we actually just saw it.
Yeah, I don't think it was the new work. I think it was just the.
Is
that what others had said?
Or is that something that, I mean, that could, you
They
could
could be
talk
iterations.
further and
Yeah.
clarify
Yep.
that point?
Given the points that Alan's just made about being able to look at some of those different components, I don't think it would. This is MP6, 7 sort of thing. One with current relative harvest rates and the revised relative harvest rates. I assume it would fall into that category as well.
Yeah, I think it's a good concept we have here, and we'll see what comes out of other management procedures if people are talking about different relative harvest rates, which in the first one, it's a YPR. So when we go away, we'll look at this holistically and say, hey, there's an element from here that might work well here. Try to design that.
So it's actually worth clarifying for 1 through 4, when it's status quo, that's like what we knew of as of yesterday, not what we learned this morning, correct?
We should use the same one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So you want it to say not other, but based on WPR.
Or just to make it simple, could we say YPR analysis every 5 years? Like you're saying, take everything that we have in MP1 through 4?
It seems like they're saying the same thing there with relevant harvesters.
Well, so 1 through 4 is saying status quo or every 5 years.
Updated every 5 years.
No, so just status quo.
Status quo. And like I said, I might see this and say, hey, I
Yeah,
might
can
try
do it
a different
anyways.
one.
Yeah.
Okay. And no constraints on that one?
No, it's not on that one.
That's MP6. There's only one in there, I think.
Yeah.
Any other questions on that?
Karen and I were just saying, just to flag that also, this has been tested, we should also make sure that, or at least confirm, MP1 is actually the current interim measure. It's not up here, but just so folks are aware, the current interim is one that's going to be identified.
So this is current interim, so this would be MP 2 to 5. Sure.
And you're defining the current interim as what was agreed upon at the annual meeting in January. Is that current interim?
With the 2B and 2A specifications. The
Okay.
1.65 and the 20% plus average for 2B.
Okay.
And 0.75% regulatory area relative harvest rates. Or
Yep.
relative, yeah. What we see in the handout.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, thanks, Jim.
At the front, then one more is, so the coastwide TCEY is SBR 3020 control rule with a 15% plus or minus annual change. Distribution to the biological regions based on the trends in WPUE fish surveys on a 3-year running average.
And that's trends in the survey?
Yeah, it's one of your tools that you had in your chart there.
3-year average?
3-year running average, yeah. And then adjustment to the distributions to the regions based on the uncertainty classifications of bycatch estimates that are in the 2013 bycatch report. So they actually have categories of uncertainty within the different bycatch fisheries. I'm not sure how you would parameterize that, but I think maybe it could just be a scalar, but we'd kind of like to see areas that have high or uncertainty in bycatch that be reflected in, modified the distribution of the TCEY.
And so I think that would be something difficult to model, I guess. It might be best to just come up with how that adjustment might occur at the region.
Yeah, I mean, that's why a scalar, it's like not just basically an empirical value that you would see what it looks like, right? But I think I've thought of this for a while, and I think it's come up in discussions about how do you actually account for those, there is, some areas are really good in accounting and others not so much. And
Ian, do you think that's something we could go away and do, or is that?
Well, I would just caution against using anything from 2013 at this point. There's been some pretty substantial changes, both in the distribution of discard mortality and non-directed fisheries, as well as the precision and monitoring of those fisheries. There are a couple of other reports that we've done for the SRB and for other purposes that summarize some of that. But in the end, I think it's going to be a fairly subjective judgment to decide at a regional level what the relative uncertainty is in discard mortality.
Did you have any discussion on potentially what regions would have adjustments?
well, so if there's been, I haven't seen any other reports on that actually were very specific on categorizing, the uncertainty on the bycatch estimates, except for the 213. If there is other material that actually then, revisits that, then that would, we could base it on that. So, but it wasn't, that's just one of the other sort of challenges, but I still think it's a useful sort of discussion. is parts of the fisheries in area 4, actually they have very good bycatch estimates, and there's other parts of the fisheries that aren't that great. Some are really good and some are actually pretty poor. So I think you'd have to sort of look at it as a whole. But if Ian said there's much, more new information, I still think we take that and look at how that would fall out.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, as Ian said, it's probably a little bit subjective how you interpret those numbers or whatever it is, and then weight them across the entire region.
Would a
So-
regulatory area be more appropriate, given that's kind of the management scale that?
I mean, it's not the management scale bycatch though, is the problem. And so I'm wondering if it might be best for the MSAB to come up with some adjustments here or in the future on what they think are the best adjustments, and then justify that with uncertainty and bycatch or whatever.
Okay, but I wouldn't say that we'd come up with that right at this meeting, because
where I'm
because now it's other people may not. I've been thinking about it, but I don't think how many other people are thinking about that way to look at it.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, how about using the 2012 report, 2013 report as the placeholder, knowing that those values need to be updated given the changes that Ian's mentioned?
So this would operate in a similar way a relative harvest rate
I think
operates
so.
in shifting biomass. So we'd have to just define 4 numbers, area 2, area 3. We'd have to make everything relative to area 3 would probably be the best way to go. So I wonder if we can just get in the ballpark of what people might be thinking based on their knowledge of that uncertainty.
Implement it like a relative harvest rate, and it's an expert opinion at least.
Maybe for now, and then we can ground truth it on some numbers. I mean, if area 3 is a 1, would area 2 be a higher number or a lower number? More certain in bycatch or less certain in bycatch than area 3? I'm just not that familiar with that report.
Okay.
But that, yeah, I think that's one way to go about it. I think that's good. So like I said, not going to figure that out right now today.
This is adjustment based on uncertainty in bycatch, in a manner similar to relative harvest rates or something like that. As long as Secretariat knows what's being sought there.
But I think I know it's being sought. It's just I'm not comfortable putting in the numbers.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm wondering is, would it be better to just define some numbers and say these numbers were derived, with these considerations in mind, uncertainty in bycatch and maybe whatever else. But yeah, I just don't. I guess I looked at Ian and his opinion on if we really, do you think we'd be able to do a decent job at this, or would it just cause too much discussion?
So I think the most recent information that would be available would be the summary in the paper that we did on size limits, on the 32-inch minimum size limit. That had a summary of mortality associated with discarding across all the sectors, including recreational, the directed fishery, and non-directed discard mortality.
But that's getting at mortality, not necessarily uncertainty.
Well, it had estimates of uncertainty that were proportional to the observer coverage in each area. And that was divided up into the Bering Sea and the Gulf, separated not by IPHC regulatory area or by biological region, because it was attempting to match up with the management frameworks that were being applied to each of those things. But that document might be a starting place for this discussion. That would be at least the most recent summary of that information that's available. It's only a couple of years old now.
Okay. Go ahead.
I just had a question that kind of relates to what Ian just said. First of all, wasn't sure if you were proposing on uncertainty versus on magnitude of bycatch that was occurring in an area. So that was one question. And then the other one I had was, potentially instead of assigning a value, you could potentially either do like a low, medium, high, or a neutral, positive, negative as to how the adjustment would occur. Would it remain neutral, remain the same, or would there be a positive adjustment or a negative adjustment without a value?
So the positive, negative, I think that's the relative harvest rate piece, that it would all be scaled relative to one region.
Did the group have any idea of certain regions being positive, neutral, or negative? Just to give us an idea that to the Secretariat that they're on the right track.
Well, I would think that area 2 would be more positive than area 4 in parts of the Gulf. But you said that you have to start with, okay, you got to develop what is your scale going to be and how are you going to do it. So, but the other question for Michelle, it's not the magnitude, because it's really, that's a different question than actually the estimate of the magnitude. So if you know for certain this is what's being taken out by bycatch, then you can actually adjust with it much easier than if you have an unknown amount coming out. So that unknown amount is the degree of uncertainty around your estimates. So I think you start with what Ian said, that paper, and see what that looks like. Is that actually on somewhere in the IPHC website you can get?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it was presented to the MSAB, I thought. Yeah, either May or October last year. Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, well, we can try to do something, implement it, come back in May, and well, we'll have the discussion here when we see them all as well.
So then the distribution to regulatory areas. So, sure.
Any thoughts on the magnitude of that adjustment? I mean, right now it just says an adjustment. Are you talking 10% of readjustment across areas? Are you talking 25%, 50%?
I think it's, when I read the 212 or 213, that bycatch paper, the scale they used was the large degree of uncertainty. So how you would actually do that, I'm not too sure, but to me, there needs to be some sort of adjustment for the degree of uncertainty for estimates. So what that value would be, I'm not too sure, because it's, like I said, I wasn't too sure how to parameterize it. So then, all right, do we have a scalar? So what that scalar should be? And I think that's where, the staff to sort of come up with what they think is an appropriate scalar based on the knowledge that they have currently.
I think I understand the scalar part, but I mean, I guess what I'm not clear on is, so you have your coastwide SPR 30, 20, 15% constraint. And now you're going to divide that up into the 4 regions based on a 3-year running average. And then you're going to adjust that base allocation by some scalar, right? And so is it going to be the 100% of the scalar, that if one area is essentially got twice or half the uncertainty as another area, then does that whole regional shift occur by a whole order of magnitude like that? Or are you talking a portion of the regions can be moved around?
Well, the regions are a region. And so whatever that scalar works out, what's appropriate for a scalar. So the question would be on these things is this actually a feasible management procedure? And if it's not, it gets kicked out. I'm just thinking how you would, we're looking at, okay, how would you actually develop a scalar for these things? So is it like, if 3 is 1 or 2 is 1, is 3.8, 0.9 is, it depends, right?
Right, but I think the magnitude is important, because
it is
just
important.
For example, if region 2, you do the base allocation based on the survey, and all of a sudden the amount of hard effort or the catch you can put into region 2 is 3 times because the other places have uncertainty, then you're going to probably see some over harvesting.
Well, I think you're getting a little ahead of it. Like 3 times the amount. No, I think that would be unrealistic, wouldn't it? It's like there's some adjustment. So we'll see how it works. Just like all the other ones, we'll see how they fall out.
Yeah, I think it's a reasonable component of a management procedure, but I see it more as that reverse, and you're defining relative rates, relative harvest rates basically, and you're justifying it due to this. So you're asking us to go away and do the analysis, but it might be nice to just define what might be a maximum adjustment. Is the maximum adjustment 1.2 or is it 3? And if we have defined here for the Secretariat to go away and say, well, the maximum adjustment's really going to be 1.2, and, 0.7 on the bottom end, then we can work within those confines. And I think that's what you're talking about, scalar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we're not talking about 3. I think that's probably a more realistic way to look at it, right?
Well, let's see what the paper that Ian's going to pull up the reference for, see if that can maybe provide any range there, Jim. Oh.
So the paper is paper 14 from AM094. So that's 2 annual meetings ago. And table 1 provides relative rates of observer coverage in various fleets. And figure 3 provides a graphical depiction of both the magnitude and the uncertainty in discard mortality rates across directed and non-directed fleets. At that time, we were referring to those as bycatch.
Thanks very much.
AM94, you said?
Paper 14, AM094. Something that we didn't, I don't think we said at the beginning of the session this afternoon was, let's try to get these items out. If there's some, like I would say this is probably a detail that folks can go and work away tonight and come back with some detail tomorrow. Is that all right? So let's try to get out the core pieces of the management procedures.
Yeah, we'll just try to hear from everybody and clarify if there are points that we need to come back to or bring to light further decision points. So that being said, I think Jim, is that it for your group?
No, there was distribution to the regulatory areas. So.
Okay.
So it's based on the proportions from the adopted TCEYs from 2013 to 2017. Yeah.
That would be fixed then?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So basically shares over a period.
Yep.
That's it.
Okay, thank you.
And did you have another one, Jim? I think you did.
No, it was just 2.
Sure, Chris, get your microphone.
Maybe I've lost my mind, but I blacked out or something, but I thought we talked about using the interim one, but putting a constraint 15% annual change, plus or minus? Or did we nuke that one out?
So the interim isn't up there in detail, but for the record, the interim coastwide TCEY is SPR in the 30/20 control rule. There's no constraint that's identified on the current interim MP. And so you're saying you'd like to see that with the constraint? No, it's not up there.
When the group, did they decide on?
Yeah, no, I think that's something that you had said you'd like to see.
Is that in the second management procedure, or is that?
No. So it's MP8 is take the current interim procedure and add a constraint.
Oh, okay.
Right? Is that what you're saying, Jim? Or Chris, sorry?
Yes.
Okay, so MP8. I'll just put current interim
with constraint.
And then at the regulatory area
at
constraint?
the coastwide level.
At the coastwide level. Okay. Which constraint?
I think it was, Chris, was it the 15% you were talking about or the slow up fast time? 15%.
So 15% plus minus annual change.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jim, did you have another one?
No.
Okay.
Okay, great. Should we move on to the next group then? Who would like to talk for the next group? Michelle?
Thanks. So we had focused on a couple of different ways to distribute, but not necessarily focused on the coastwide TCEY level. So we had the SPR and the 30/20 control rule, but didn't really focus on whether or not to have any constraint or 15% or slow up fast down The first one we talked about was to look at the distribution to regions and to adjust the relative harvest rate for those regions. And so for region 2, we were interested in looking at a harvest rate of 1.25. And for region 3,
Sorry about that. What was 2 again?
1.25.
Okay.
And for region 3, there would be a new harvest rate, right? That would be combined for areas 3A and 3B. So not necessarily 1.0 or 0.75, but what would make sense by combining those two. And then region 4 would remain at 0.75.
I'm just thinking, Ian, a quick question. Does one of those have to be 1, those relative harvest rates, or can they be? Yeah, they aren't relative anymore. It would, if one of them's not 1,
Then you just rescale until one of them is 1 and the other one will be a smaller percentage.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Yeah. So it's 3A and 3B, combining them would result in a value less than 1. So the end result of this might be 1.3, 1, 0.8 or something like that.
Yep. And interested in looking at the FISS all sizes WPUE.
At the regional level?
It does either at the regional or the regulatory area.
Just for clarification, we've been saying WPUE, but I think everybody means stock distribution. And so we might just be specific that this is all sizes stock distribution, because there's been some confusion about WPUE versus stock distribution.
Yeah, and to clarify too, what you're including in that then is the WPUE and the geographic area size, but not relative harvest rates.
Thanks for pointing out. That's the point I was trying to clarify earlier and did not do well. So that's my understanding of, I think, all the MPs who are to date, except for 1 through 4. Was that what you had meant, Angel or Dan, when you talked about the 3-year weighted average WPU? You're actually talking about the current stock distribution process?
I think so.
Apportionment. I'm allowed to say that. Apportionment is that process.
Thank you.
Are you talking about when it says 032 WPUE survey 3-year weighted average? Is that the current stock distribution procedure? Or is that just the survey index value in those areas for each year?
It has to be.
That's the model stock distribution of 032.
Okay.
Weighted 50, 30, 20 based on the year.
Stock distribution. Thanks for clarifying. Good point, Ian.
So what I've done, Michelle, is I've put all sides of stock distribution at both levels, the regional, because there has to be some base determination of the distribution that then is adjusted by the relative harvest rates at the regional. And then within the regions, using that stock distribution again to distribute.
I see Bob's hand, but then I was just gonna ask Michelle if you had a clarification that was different from that. Like if you were using the stock distribution to get to biological region, did you have kind of an add-on in that case to get to regulatory area? Okay, thanks. Bob?
So I had a question on area 4. Is that including 4B, or how are you guys treating 4B versus area 4?
So the question for MP9 is 4 with a relative harvest rate of 0.75. Does that include 4B or?
Yes, so that's my understanding, right? That right now it's 0.75 for regions 4 and 4B.
Yeah. So I think the region, those would remain the same. 3 would be adjusted by combining 3A and 3B concepts, and then 2 would be adjusted. Okay.
Michelle, do you have another one? Okay.
Yes, and then another one would be to, instead of distribution at the biological region, it would be distribution to the management zone. And the management zone combinations would be
Sorry.
2A and 2B as one zone, 2C and 3A, 3B and 4A, 4B by itself, and 4C, D, and E by itself. And then on the regulatory area allocation.
Sorry to interrupt, Michelle. Would there be a distribution to those zones?
And so that, yes, so I'm specifying for the at the regulatory area allocation level. And then, so then it would be, you would add those regulatory area allocations together to get to the management zone allocation.
Okay. And so there would be a distribution procedure here to the regulatory area level.
Yes.
Okay.
After the management zone.
Sorry that I'm confused. But there would be first a distribution to the management zone, or?
So I am really focused on 2A and 2B.
Yeah.
And so for that one, I do think we need a management area allocation.
Okay. So would all, so I guess my suggestion, seeing the zones, would be first distribute, say, using stock distribution in those zones to the zones, and then allocate to regulatory area within the zones.
So however you want to specify this, but you could just lump it in with your management zone allocation. So the thought was lumping 2A and 2B. The 2B allocation would be based on their formula that they specified for 2019. And for 2A, the allocation would be 4%.
Sorry, 4% of what?
4% of the coastwide TCEY.
Okay, so it seems to me what you're saying is that you're gonna, it's a distribution straight to regulatory area, but then these particular regulatory areas together to get management zone allocation in the end.
For 2A and 2B.
For 2A and 2B.
Because we need separate regulatory area allocations. And so the intent is that you would distribute to the management zone, but how you would come up with the percentage to distribute to management zone 2A, 2B would be those different percentages, right? So for 2B, it's their current formula. So it was 17.7% in 2019, but it's the application of that same formula going forward in time, not necessarily that percentage, but you would take whatever that percentage is and you would add 4% to it for 2A, and that becomes the management zone allocation for 2A, 2B.
Is that different than going straight to regulatory area? Okay, so now you have an allocation to 2A, 2B. And then how is that split into regulatory areas? Through that same percentage procedure?
So I'm just specifying it at the management zone and how you come up with the allocation for management zone 2A, 2B.
Yep. And then will you talk about how to get to regulatory area level?
No, I think it's, I think it's the other way. I don't know, maybe we should draw it on the board or something like that. It might help, but I think what you're saying, unless I missed something, I might have missed something in the 4% thing that you said, but I think you're saying you've got the coastwide, right? And then you're going straight to 2A regulatory area, 2B regulatory area, summing them back for a management zone. 2A plus 2B. Is that what you're saying? Or am I just making this more confusing? Does 2A depend on the 2B?
No.
It doesn't. Okay. Yeah, I think we need.
Closing the webinar, we're just going to write it on the whiteboard.
That would equal, say, what was the percentage last year?
Yeah, 17.
Right, so the percentage would be 280. And we also have yeah. 2C3A, 3B, 4A, and 4C, D, and E. And so these are not specified, right? But so I guess the question that maybe that I'm asking, and well, at least that I'm asking is, is this any different going to 2AB, which is 21.7%, and then we have to just in the management procedure define some way to get to each individual regulatory area. That's the end result in all of these management procedures. So is this going to 2AB first any different than just going directly coastwide and putting that at 4 and then 17.7? You know what I'm saying, Carey?
So yes, I know what you're saying. And I understand the question, and so the challenge is that how I've specified the management zones, 2A, 2B needs to have regulatory area allocation. That's not necessarily true for the other areas. And so the intent is to have an approach that lumps areas together by management zone. And then out of necessity for 2A, 2B to have that split.
Okay. So, so I see in filling out this management procedure, we can use that the 2AB management zone allocation is this formula, whatever that 17.7 ends up being, plus 4%, and then some way to distribute biomass to the remainder of the areas. And that could, for simplicity, we could say that's based on stock distribution, all sizes or something like that. And just for those management areas. And then there has to be some split into the individual regulatory areas within those management zones. Oh yeah, where is 4B? Well, 4B is on its own, right? Yep.
Make that,
those two are easy.
0?
Yeah, sorry.
So I think you would end up,
Millions of pounds.
so you'd have to specify 3 more things. One is how you're going to distribute the percentage to each of those areas. Like, is it all sizes or 032? Are there one harvest rate the same across all those areas, or is it you want to use to continue the relative harvest rates?
Right.
And then how would you, and it would just be divided as in recent history or something?
And so on the harvest rate, I think, yes, it's the same relative harvest rate. And so by lumping 2C and 3A, you have the 1.0, the same harvest rate.
So I'm wondering if what might be the easiest, I get the concept that you're getting through in this management zone, 2A and B has some formula for it. Maybe then the MSE team goes away and develops, takes components from the other management procedures that are of interest, and we just fill in the rest according to that and what.
That would be awesome.
Okay.
One of the components of interest to me is that 2C and 3A share a harvest rate and 3B and 4A share a harvest rate. So none of the other procedures we have
share relative harvest rate?
Harvest rate, yeah.
So maybe the same relative harvest rate for all of those, and then potentially different there. And another management procedure might be no difference across all areas in relative harvest rates.
So I think it may be interesting to see a relative harvest rate that's 1.0 for 2A, 2B, and 2C, 3A. And you could do potentially two different management procedures, one with a relative harvest rate of 1.0 for 3B, 4A, and one with a 0.75 harvest rate for 3B, 4A.
So that's where there's potentially two there, yeah. Okay, and then we can just take from other management procedures how to get to regulatory areas, whether that's historic allocation, looks like or historic decisions looks like a pretty popular one. How do I
Scott, and then Jeff. Well, I feel like I'm the kid that showed up for class and realized I did the homework wrong. I'm really impressed with everybody else's work and coming up with your management procedures and really precise and everything. I felt that we were more having a discussion and throwing out ideas and just brainstorming. I had a real difficult time trying to come up with ideas for other catch areas besides area 2A. I didn't want to tell anyone else what to be doing in their area. We did toss around the idea that we wanted to try a higher harvest rate in area 2A. And there was discussion whether it was area 2A or region 2, which would be appropriate and how we could pull that off without affecting the overall SPR and not taking catch out of other regulatory areas. And we had talked to Alan briefly at lunch and he had some ideas. And I think we were just coming up with ideas to throw out to the group and then have the staff try to tell us how to make these ideas work and if it's possible for them to work. So that's what I was thinking about.
Thanks. And I guess I want to add to that too, is that before we broke up into groups, and there had been direction for folks to come up with management procedures that reflect what we want. And I think most of our brainstorming discussion and then follow up at lunch was more of what do we want to know to kind of get to the next step of figuring out what we want. And so the two that we put forward here, we're just trying to look at, first of all, given the differences in the harvest rates currently for 3A and 3B, unless you had a management procedure that lumped them together, you would not know how to go through that new harvest rate exercise. They would always just remain separate. And then what should their new harvest rate be? Well, if you keep them separate and you lump 3B with 4A, should it also go to 1, or should it stay where each of those areas currently is, which is at 0.75? So those were kind of the things that we wanted to see come out of the analysis.
So Scott, I don't think you did your homework wrong. You just honed in on a really specific point, and that's helpful. I mean, the question I heard was, can we explore different relative harvest rates for region 2? Would you like to apply that to maybe some of the procedures that have been identified here, like this current interim procedure or something else? I mean, I'm assuming 2A is satisfied with the current interim procedure, or like to explore that more.
Yeah, the current procedure with the shelf, the minimum floor, that was one other thing that we had discussed a little bit is we got to put something into that procedure where if overall stock starts to get on that ramp, then area 2A comes down proportionally with the rest of everyone else. We're not going to sit there and keep fishing 1.65 while the entire population crashes.
And I think that was covered in the commission statement and the report with the conservation concern part of the statement. But do we want to actually define a management procedure that uses the current interim with an adjustment to the floor in proportion to the ramp or something like that?
Yeah, because I think that how the interim agreement would be adjusted was not really specified. It was
right.
Qualitative.
So any floors are adjusted proportional to the ramp when below that trigger.
Jeff and then Forrest.
Yeah, so I think Scott's comments helped me out a little bit, and maybe even Michelle's reference to 3A and 3B, and that their efforts were really kind of focused around 2A and 2B and not so much around what the others are. But I think it's MP10 identifies a relative harvest rate of 0.75 for both 4C, D, and E and for 4B. And I'm just wondering why, given the current understanding or in the shift of relative productivity by region, where 4C, the reason for the lower harvest rate in 4C, D, and E is maybe not applicable anymore. And I'm just, and I understand too that what you're recommending here isn't necessarily strictly science, that you want a percentage of the resource outside of what the distribution may be. But I'm just wondering why, given the understanding of productivity within area 4 and 4B, you still have to put in the 0.75. For both of those, where here it shows maybe 0.5 for 4B and 1 for biological region 4. So, and you don't have to answer that. I mean, you obviously didn't speak to it a whole lot in your motion, but it was in this management procedure. And so I was just wondering maybe if you could help me out with that a little bit.
Sure. And it's really actually under, I think, management procedure 9. And what we wanted to do was we were just interested in looking at an increase in the relative harvest rate for region 2, and weren't sure if we adjusted more than just region 2, if we'd be able to see kind of what the effect is of the higher harvest rate for region 2 on the other areas if they were also adjusted. And so not saying that we wouldn't support looking at a different harvest rate for region 4 or areas 4, C, D, and E, but doing so in combination with adjusting the harvest rates for region 2, we might not be able to tease out what the actual effects are of the region 2 adjustment.
Yeah, thank you for that, Michelle. That helps a lot. And so I'm just wondering then, is there concern from the group that you had if we move area 4 to a 1 instead of a 0.75, for instance, that it takes fish away from the eastern areas? Is that part of the concern, or you just don't really want to test that now because you really want to see what happens first in 2 and then kind of get the leftovers to the rest of the areas, if that makes any sense?
So I think, yeah, as Scott said, we really didn't get into that level of discussion of the other areas. We were just kind of focused on region 2.
Jeff, what if we put for the relative harvest rate at 1 or 0.75 for all of region 4 in management procedure 9? That would then give the test of what happens if you increase the relative harvest rate for region 2 with sort of the current practice, and then what happens if you increase region 2 relative to all other areas that are remain this, that are equal harvest rate across all other areas. That might get at what's the effective increase in region 2, and then also get at a little bit what's the effective increase in region 4 as well. We can also insert that in other management procedures to specifically see how it affects region 4. We could have a current interim with equal no relative harvest rate adjustment, for example, to see what happens if you increase 4.
So certainly having the management procedure that would evaluate, region 4, for instance, at a higher harvest rate and how it would affect potentially the harvest rate in area 2, for instance, would be preferable to me, but I'm not sure that they welcome that as part of theirs, but that would
I'll
ease
put
my
in-
concerns for sure.
I'll put in right now as relative harvest rates, or I'll just put in no relative harvest rate adjustment. And that would keep them all equal across all areas.
Okay, we're close to break time. I've got Forrest, Scott, and then Chuck. I'm wondering, Scott, if you have a response directly to Jeff's question? Would that, okay.
Yeah, we welcome other areas to look at what they want to do in theirs. The reason we think that we can handle a higher harvest rate in area 2A is because we've always been told as terminal area, there's really not a lot of spawning going on there. So we think the overall population can handle a little bit more fish being taken out of our area. That's a small percentage considering the overall biomass of the population. I definitely feel that that's the case in area 2A. I think that can be converted over to region 2. And I'd like to run the scenarios to see if that's the case. And if I know a lot about this area, I don't know a lot about any of the other areas. So that's why we wanted to leave it up to you guys to come up to what you want. If you want to test variable harvest rates in your areas, do feel free. Let's see what happens. That's what this whole process is all about, right?
Yeah, thank you for that, Scott. And I appreciate that. So you're not really hard over one way or on the other. So I'm looking forward to this scenario being tested, certainly. But if we could put in the caveat of that Alan mentioned earlier, where we could look at harvest rates, other harvest rates within this scenario for area 4, that would be helpful to me. But this is not my scenario. This is yours. And so anyway, I appreciate the explanations. And if you want to remain silent on it or leave it like this, I'm totally cool with that too. I just was wondering if there was some explanation for leaving area 4 at 0.75.
No, I think these group discussions are where we're going to weed out exactly how we want these to look out. So open to any suggestions.
Yeah, they're ultimately going to be our management procedures, the whole group. So
yeah, true.
So I just put in a 1 or 0.75 in that scenario, but there's also on the table managed procedure 12, which just takes the current interim, except doesn't adjust by relative harvest rates. And remember, that includes, the current interim includes the 2A, 2B allocations as defined by the commission.
Okay, Forrest and then Chuck and then break.
Okay, thanks. And I'm thinking that the halibut, even if they're in 2A, spawn somewhere. Maybe it's not successful, but or they go up to Sitka to spawn, like Ian pointed out yesterday. But is it possible to top align like H4 so that can we top align H4? So I mean, I can't see what we've done, the work that we've done or that we're talking about currently.
Oh.
Is that all that was in there? I think that there was.
Yeah, so there's only three rows. Sorry, there's only 3 rows: the coastwide, the regional, and then the reg area.
Well, Michelle had mentioned status quo, like the 17.7% or the formula, but I'm not seeing that. That went, where was that?
Here, and that's the formula plus 40%.
Oh, okay.
Right there in the allocation to the zone.
Okay, so the relative harvest rate of 1.25 for area 2 did not apply.
Different management.
Okay, so it didn't apply to the formula. It was, okay.
Yeah,
thanks.
so
I just need it.
This one here is similar to the current interim, except it goes to region with the 1.25 and then uses all sizes stock distribution.
But it would disregard the 4-year standing status quo.
It does not use the interim allocation, the formula to 2A and 2B.
Okay, thank you.
Chuck.
Yes, thank you. Michelle, seeing as you're now moving into and discussing relative harvest rates, and we don't mind being in the same zone as yourselves, but I'm just curious why, if it's mattered that much that you chose 17.7 versus what Canada really had attempted to do in the negotiations, but because of I guess came up to a consensus among the commissioners that with the linking in the bycatch discussion that was to be included in TCY, they dropped us to 17.7. Now, is it important for your attempt and working with zonal management to have us at 21.5 or 17.7 or at the 20 as per what Canada is desiring in the first place? It's your, and we'll respect that, but I'm just curious why we couldn't have the same discussion in the zone with exactly what you're doing with the harvest rate to Canada. Since we were brought into your zone, we never got the chance to discuss that with you.
Well, I think I can honestly say we didn't even think about that or talk about that. So I had to get a refresher on what exactly happened in 2019 and what the formula was for Area 2B. And sorry if I didn't say it either, but by way of explanation of how we came up with the 4% for 2A is that's what ours equated to for 2019. So we basically just took the 2019 percentages specified in for that management zone, and that's how we came up with those numbers.
Thank you. So this has been really productive, I think. We've gotten a lot of things written down that we can continue to discuss with one another over the break and tonight to see if there's any more thoughts that people end up having or clarifications or adjustments to what they want to see. I think this gives you, Alan, quite a lot to work with and to mull over. Is that right?
It does. I think it's a little too much to work with right now,
Yeah.
in that we would have to go away and actually make the decisions to narrow this down. I'm wondering if the MSAB wants to now take a look at this and define maybe 5 management procedures that they would like to see come back in May. We can do that. I'm thinking 2 ways we can do that. We can just try to look at this spreadsheet we put together and piece them together, or over the break or over tonight, I can go away and identify really the elements that people brought in, and then we can try to recombine them into 5.
I think that's the first step that needs to be done. If we need to, there's a lot of similarities. Let's try to reorganize the chart and see where there's some overlap or maybe redundancies, and then we can maybe call a few because it's already been duplicated, and then have a discussion tomorrow about if these are the top 7 we want to put forward. 8.
Okay.
So I just want to, yes, Tom.
Well, I'm just curious, would it be appropriate, and I'm not sure where, maybe the coastwide to put like the MEY of 1.2 in there, since that was a council concern. I mean, they asked for, and in consideration of the ramp issue, that's like 36%. Would that be appropriate to put in the top line for coastwide TCY?
So the MEY is the objective, not part of the procedure.
Okay, all right, okay. I just didn't know where it's appropriate to put it.
But
we'll find a SPR that meets.
Okay, all right.
So it's break time, and I suggest that we take a break, and I think we want to, after the break, refocus back on finishing up our discussion of objectives. Alan has done some synthesizing of what we have discussed so far into one primary objective table for the next phase of analysis And so I think we have a couple of decision points there coming up, or just some refinements, and we want to take a look at that again. And then we also, if we can, get to a recommendation on the coastwide management procedures with the constraints, now that we've seen ones with constraints added. So those are two decision points that we'd like to talk about after the break. We can see how far we get today, and just Alan will go away and kind of take the information that we have given him on management procedures tonight, and synthesize that, and we can come back to management procedures tomorrow. So that it's 3:05, and let's just come back at sure, we can come back at 3:20. 15-minute break. Thank you. Okay, I think we should gather back up. We can take our seats. We're going to have a discussion about coming back to objectives. And I think we've had most of this discussion. It's just a little bit more refinement, and we can have Alan put up on the screen his the work that he's done to get all of our objectives onto one page, which is very impressive. And I think there's a couple things that a couple of decision points here. One is that we have a number of metrics about catch stability. And another is, I mean, I think that's maybe the main one, but there may be other questions about whether we want to narrow down 2.3 as well.
So thinking back to the handout in particular we had yesterday, and a number of presentations where the coast-wide objectives and the distribution objectives were on two separate sheets, two separate tables. Alan's tried to get them all into one. So this, in theory, could be the one pager that these are the fishery objectives. So we wanted to put it out there for folks to make sure it's really reflective of the conversation and that you understand it.
So I can walk through real quick. So the way that I organized this is we have these general objectives, and the general objective applied to both coast-wide and distribution objectives. So for example, I combined this conservation general objective into one and then have both coast-wide and distribution underneath it, and defined with the actual formula for the performance metric. And then 2.1, the spawning biomass that optimizes fishing activities. This is the target. There's no distribution objective related to that. Limit catch variability. I think we have some decisions to make on here. And what I've put in are a number of different options. It would be nice to maybe move one or two of these to secondary objectives. And then finally at the bottom is optimized directed fishing yield. And I tried to capture the discussion we had yesterday about reporting by areas, the median TCY, the median percent TCY, and then the minimum TCY in areas and the minimum percentage TCY in the areas observed with those. I just wanted to note what's removed from this table that have been presented in the past are the threshold objective. I removed that from here. I believe we made that decision, but I also removed, there was a 2.4, which mentioned keeping the directed catch above 0. And what I feel is it's redundant with some of these other objectives in that we're already looking at minimums here, and that we can define that as a secondary objective, but it's not, it would be redundant with these primary objectives. And that's just my thought. But it would still be a performance metric that's reported.
Yeah. I mean, ideally, what we're looking for is something in the report along the lines of the MSAB agreed that these are the objectives that we will be using for the next year and a bit to evaluate management procedures. We provide these to the commission for some sort of endorsement and move forward with that.
Okay. So the way I look at it is the 1.1 and 2.1, and I think to me we've had quite a lot of discussion about this, and we kind of want to see what they look like, and that would be the objectives. I think the challenge is going to be the annual change objectives, because we do have a lot of them, and which ones are we going to remove? And because I'm trying to remember, okay. I think, Chuck, you can, I think we kind of settled on the annual change as far as the annual change, but as far as And just strictly a 15% plus or minus. We never went any further than that. And that's kind of what we had decided that we would land on. And so for the optimized directed ones, I think we discussed that quite a bit yesterday. And we discussed that last night, didn't we? And we don't think we had any real objections that I can remember. And I don't have a problem dropping the 0 or the threshold, which we discussed in the 0. I think you're right. We're already talking about minimums, and the whole idea is not to get to 0 anyway. So that's kind of redundant. Anyways, that's kind of my point, my input.
Chuck, then Michelle.
Yes, is there a percentage, like for maintain a minimum TCEY, either as a percentage or otherwise, is that going to be decided? Because that does include incidental catch and discard mortalities by catch. And you can have that minimum TCEY, but still not have a fishery. Mind you, then you wouldn't have any discards, so.
Yeah, so I think the key here in reporting just the performance metric is not making a decision on what the minimum actually is, but you'd be able to compare across, say, 3 management procedures. Hey, look, this management procedure produces a nice catch on average that I like, but every once in a while it goes really low. This management procedure, the catch is slightly less, but I never see that minimum. So that's the sort of the evaluation that we'll have to be doing in our head. It's not deciding it here. We could put in those values per se, but I feel like the group would be better to just sort of evaluate those numbers on their own and evaluate the trade-offs with other objectives and areas.
Michelle.
Dan.
Going up to catch variable, can you just scroll up?
Dan, I think it was Michelle and then you. Sorry.
Sorry, Dan. So I also like the annual change on the catch variability. I'll say I spent probably way too much time playing with the shiny tool and tried to see if there were any differences between the any 2 years and the any 3 years, and I couldn't see something. So if there is, then I missed it. But I think doing the annual change 15%, whether it's any 2 or any 3 or whatever, should be there. I don't think we need to look at 1, and I don't think we need to have 4 and 5. So that's what I saw in looking at the tool. And then I just wanted to make a comment on the what had been maximized and what is now optimized on the fishing yield. And I thought where the conversation went yesterday was we weren't necessarily sure for all areas of whether we wanted to have either a minimum TCEY or a percentage that would be maintained. And so I thought what we were looking at here was looking at the statistics of interest or the performance metrics, and then using that information to inform us what we may want as an objective or not. And so the other concern I had was with the term optimize, because in some cases, when it had maximized, that seemed to be, looking for the highest or the best for a regulatory area. But when you optimize your directed fishing yield, in some cases, that may mean to take fish away from some areas, might be more beneficial or optimal for everyone else or for the stock as a whole. So was going to propose changing that to the word balance. directed fishing yield, which is intended to capture the fact that we want to look at the trade-offs and look at the pros and cons and basically try and strike a balance of amongst all the regulatory areas that works for most, if not all.
Dan?
I think we should take comments on whether to change. And I'm okay with that. I think we were casting around for the right word yesterday. Maximize would have sent Alan off in the direction to go find some crazy shit none of us like, and optimize does have other baggage, and so balance seems fine with me.
Anyone else? Comments? Alan?
By saying just balance, do we lose, well, do we lose the concept of an objective that we would prefer higher yields?
Well, I think Michelle was saying 2.3 is balance, but the measurable objectives still have optimize and maintain. So I think what I've heard is the word optimize in 2.3 doesn't necessarily acknowledge to maintain a minimum in the other measurable objectives. So what else? Sorry. So what else could we use?
Gotcha.
Balance. Yeah.
Yeah, so provide would be another idea. Instead of balance. I see Dan and then Jim. Okay, you're still different topic. Okay, Jim.
I was just going to comment. Yeah, I think balance. I understand where maybe trying to get to, but it has its own baggage as well, and provide for directed fishing yield. I mean, any word we use is going to have a certain amount of balance. Yeah, I know.
Just call it fishing yield. Anyone else thoughts on the word provide or the word balance or the word optimize? So okay. Okay, let's move on right now. It sounds like people are okay. That's okay.
Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Michelle. Dan.
Okay, so while we're on this one, I would, I guess I'm looking at the second optimize TCEY amongst regulatory areas. It's the median TCEY by area, and that's our performance metric over on the right. And then I'm looking at the maintain a minimum TCEY for each regulatory area, and it's the same median TCEY by area.
Sorry, I was copying and pasting last night. So this would look like that without the bar overhead. So I'd fix that. That's what happens when 2-year-olds are crying.
Oh,
at my house, that is.
What, you go in the office and work on the computer?
What's that?
And 2-year-olds are crying, you go work on your computer?
She was crying that I made her stay up so late to type all this in for
stuff,
me.
yeah. Okay, well, that correction clears up some of my, well, wait. What's the medium minimum? Oh, I see.
Yeah, because it'll determine the minimum for a single simulation, and then there's 1,000 simulations, so it'll report the median of all those minimums. And then, of course, secondary objectives will have the range of that minimum or something.
Yeah.
As a percent, it's
In terms of if you wanted to move something, I think I would be comfortable moving those last two to secondary objectives. Because I mean, I think the three that say, we're trying to optimize average coastwide TCY, optimize them across the areas, and optimize how the percentage of TCY to each area kind of covers all that. And then we'll be looking at the maximum, we'll be looking at the minimum, and everything else is statistics of interest that will shape our discussion. And I'm not sure it needs to go in our as our primary objective.
Chris had to step out, but speaking for him before he left, minimum TCEY was something that was important to maintain.
And I think partly because we've already, some areas have defined their minimum, whether it's a proportion or a absolute amount. And that's what I heard yesterday when I'd originally proposed just the top three as well. And I think there was voice of concern that some people have defined minimums and they'd want to know what the minimum is rather than just the median.
I'm not saying that that's not an interesting aspect to look at, but I'm saying it could be a secondary objective. That's what my point is.
What I heard yesterday was it's a primary objective. It's maintaining this minimum. Like that's what the commissioners had said for 4 years for 2A and 2B.
Going back up to 2.2, and I'm fine with either 2 or 3 years as filling in the X. And I think that there's really no way to condense those. They're basically the same at the regulatory area as they are on the coastwide. So it's really 3 metrics we're looking at, but we're looking at them at different scales. So there's 6 total, but I don't think they're redundant. I think you do need to look at them at the different scales.
Right, that was a question I was going to ask, is if anyone feels that they're redundant, they're duplicative. Sounds like no is the answer so far. So this is saying for all areas, 15% AC or, well, not AV, but AC is what they feel they need in their regulatory area.
Yeah, and I think it's really important to note that at the coastwide level, we're trying to mitigate stock assessment estimation error. And at the regulatory area level, we're trying to mitigate distribution error, right? So there really are 2 different things. It's kind of the noise and recruitment indexes at the coastwide, and then it's the noise and the survey, whatever abundance index is used at the regulatory area. So
is there any interest in moving AAV or AC or one of them to a secondary objective?
Jim?
So, okay, maybe I wasn't paying attention, but I thought we kind of made the AAV kind of a secondary one because we started just talking about annual change. So why would we want to look at AAV as a primary? I mean, because we actually, we did that in the ad hoc, and we need to do that, yesterday or the day before.
So what I like about AAV is it gives you a feel for how much you're going to change across that 10-year period. And there are some tools that'll perform better than just the 15% changes from year to year. So.
But is it a primary objective or is it a secondary one? I mean, we've went to a big, large discussion of moving from AAV to AC as the primary one we want to look at because of the AAV was not exactly what they metric people wanted to see. So, I mean, it's still going to be there. It's just a secondary objective.
Those minimum stock size.
Other comments?
No other thoughts on 2.2 limit catch variability? There's 6 measurable outcomes there that folks want to have as part of the primary objectives. Okay.
I think so.
No.
Well, I think we can fill in the X, right? It's down to 2 or 3 years.
Yeah. Any comments about 2 years versus 3 years, or Tom?
Yeah, I think we talked about it quite a bit yesterday. I mean, why don't we just go annual change in 3 years and you put that as a primary? That's mine.
A nod from Michelle, 3 years. Objections to putting 3 years? And I think objections to, it sounds like we're gonna keep all of them as primary.
Yeah, oh, sorry, what was that, Tom?
I mean, so maybe we ought to settle on one of them. And why do we need both AAV and ambulance? Why don't we just settle on one of them? Is one more important than the other? We can't have everything up there as primary. We'll never get it done. I'd go for annual change and put AAV as secondary.
Tom has said, just pick one like AC, although Dan had also said that there's some utility in having both. The AAV, Dan, what was the key point for AAV that you saw as a primary objective?
This next 10 years, how much is the quota likely to bounce around? Whereas just the 15% on an annual change just, doesn't tell you anything more about than how often it exceeds that 15% threshold.
So maybe I don't understand what the difference is between the primary and the secondary, because as a secondary, it's still available, right? So it's still one of the boxes that you get to check, and it still then shows up as a row in the table or one of the things you can look at.
The way that I see primary and secondary is a way to help with the evaluation, and that the primary is going to be the focus of the evaluation, and that's what will be presented to the commission. So I guess you can think of it in two ways. Primary objectives, performance metrics will be the main source of our evaluation in this process and be presented to the commission. So if during the evaluation we identify another performance metric that really is driving the decision, we might move that into a primary objective. And then, yeah, there's two components. What will really put the priority on the evaluation, and also what the commission and really the justification will be through the primary objectives. But as I said, we might have 50, 60, 100 different performance metrics.
Everybody really wants to move into the secondary.
Okay.
I do think that has some advantages in just simplifying what we present to folks. So if that's something that everyone can live with, I think it would be helpful, very selfishly as a co-chairs, at least to communicate the objectives.
Alan?
Sorry, would it be worthwhile to keep AAV here, but move the median coastwide AC annual change into the secondary objectives? Then we would have the annual change is greater than 15% in 3 years. That has a real specific thing. And then AAV, the reason that AAV might be nice to keep in this is one we have presented in the past, and it's a very common metric used in other MSEs around the world. A lot of people use it, and a lot of people would already be familiar with it. That would provide two contrasting looks. One's an average over a 10-year period. One is a specific amount of time in that 10-year period.
Yeah, so yeah, that sounds like a reasonable middle ground. I see lots of nodding heads for that. So that would be great. So we're kind of working backwards or up to the list, which is all right. So we've talked about, I don't remember what the verb is, but 2.3 and catch, provide directed fishing yield. That's enough. I don't need to be reminded of that. We've talked about 2.2, which is the catch variability. 2.1 is maintain spawning biomass. And 3 years, sorry, we're okay with 3 years, yeah. So 2.1 maintain spawning biomass around a level. Optimizes fishing activity.
Is that the highlight?
Yeah, so this is coming back from our discussion from yesterday about biomass targets and the different justifications that we could use to come up with a biomass target. And Alan, did you have a little bit more to show us?
Sure. So when thinking about this, when thinking about objective of a target, it's where you want to, the biomass where you want to hover around most of the time. And the biomass, the reduction from unfished biomass depends on the harvest rate that you're imposing, right? So let's think about, we fish down the stock, we are hovering around the target, so we're really operating at a quasi-equilibrium where we're just trying to take out surplus production year after year. And that's where this concept comes in. The further we drive down the biomass, maybe the more surplus, or the further we drive down the biomass and get closer to MSY, the bigger our surplus production is and the potential larger yields that we have. But this is really going to be a big driver on the final SPR that we choose. So for an example, if you remember the results yesterday, if target is SB 36%, then we'd probably be operating around a 40 to 43% SPR. If the target's SB 30%, we'd probably be operating around 35 to 40% SPR. And if the target's SB 40%, et cetera. So the real question is here, so we thought yesterday, okay, instead of trying to find this concept of MEY, let's think about it a different way. And let's think about it, how close to MSY do we want to be? Do we want to be at 80% of MSY? Or do we want to be at 90% of MSY, something like that? And remember that yield curve is a dome shape, and so it's flat on top and then gets steeper on the sides. So 95% is probably a somewhat large distance away from the peak, and then 75%, you know, each time you go to a different percentage, it becomes less far away. But the question here I have for you, how much yield on a coast-wide level would you be willing to give up in a precautionary manner? 5%? So if the coast-wide TCY on average harvesting at MSY is 50 million pounds, would you want to back off to 45 million pounds to move away from MSY? Or would you want to back away to 35 million pounds and take a larger percentage? So think about that. Would you be willing, 75% difference means you're basically willing to forego 25% of your potential maximum surplus production, which would translate into a year-on-year management procedure that could reduce the catch by quite a bit. So I ask you, before I show you the results that Pierre put together last night on where these relative spawning biomasses at different percentages of MSY are, is there any comment on how precautionary do we want to be? And because precautionary means reduction in catch. Any thoughts on that?
I was trying to, in my mind, when I think about this, it's not just reduction in catch that I'm balancing. It's that the reason I want to move away from MSY is because it's reduced time on the ramp. I mean, the closer you do that, the more risk you have of being at very low stock sizes.
Yep.
There's more variability from year to year that you really have to smooth out. And, you know, and then there's also the yield you leave on the table versus not. And so there's a lot of moving pieces. There's public perception. And so when you just ask, like, would I be willing to take, you know, 80% MSY in order, there's just too many moving pieces to give you an answer to that simple question for me. But I'd have to go back and look at how all the other pieces line up before I can answer that.
So, Jim and then Per.
Thanks. Yeah, I kind of look at it as, I mean, I agree with Dan. But yeah, but I look at it as maybe I mean, I also look at it a different way, and I look at what is our ability to manage to a very fine scale. Like, how finally can we actually say we're going to be down to, you're going to manage at MSY? And it basically covers some of the things Dan has, and I don't think we can. So bringing yourself up a little bit where you have some buffer And so what is that buffer? Is it 35 or 36? And I think seeing some results would be good, but I think that's also a valid thing. That's like, we can't manage that scale. Okay, so if we're around it, above it, but we're around it back and forth, and I think that's maybe another reason. I mean, it fits in yours, but to me, it's just like, we can't manage to MSY anyway, so why say you're gonna try?
Okay, me personally, I'm willing to give up quite a bit of yield for stability. And the simple answer to the question, I think 80% of MSY wouldn't be a bad number. If we start looking back at some of the estimation errors that have been made by the Halibut Commission from year to year, the 80% figure sounds, kind of reasonable.
Yeah, and those are really good points, as there's many things we're trying to balance here, but the MSE, this is one aspect we're trying to define a target. And remember that we may actually choose a management procedure that does keep us above this target, because we do have those trade-offs of stability and other things like that.
Just by comparison, how close are we to MSY right now?
Yeah, that is a hard, so MSY, as I showed in the results, changes a lot depending on the regime that we're in, but the relative spawning biomass at that MSY is quite stable. And so I showed yesterday a proxy for MSY could be 30% of unfished biomass, and we're above that because we haven't invoked the trigger in the past based on the current stock assessment. So we've actually never, according to the 2018 stock assessment, we've been close, but we haven't actually in recent time anyways been at or below that relative spawning biomass that would produce MSY. I think people would like to see some results because results tell us what to do, which I was hoping wouldn't be the case, but
well, we got a few numbers.
I know we got some indication. The reason I wanted to do that exercise is I think you may be a bit surprised at what you see. It was a little shocking to me. Which one's the PNG? I know, but I can't see.
That's a PNG there.
So, oh man, now it's not.
This 2-year-old had to type up the results. So
I don't know why this computer won't open it, but maybe it'll. There it is.
There you go.
Yes, so this is what Pierre put together. And what we have here are two selectivity regimes, one from 2001, one from 1960, I believe. But really the important point is, if you focus on one of these plots, what's on the most right point, and sorry about the labeling, but what's at the most right point is the MSY. So on the horizontal axis is the relative spawning biomass. This is relative spawning biomass, right? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's backwards, like, yeah. Yeah, so this is unfished on the left. Yeah, right. So it's actually, right, yeah. So it's lower fishing intensity here, which results in a larger stock. So we have MSY, and we've shown from these results that, the relative spawning biomass for MSY was probably between 20 and 30%, which these results show some variation around the mid-20s. This point is 95% of MSY. This point is 90%. This point is 85%. This point is 80%, and this is 75%.
And the y-axis, the yield is not, that doesn't go to zero.
Pardon me?
The y-axis is not going to zero.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, so
The contrast, I guess.
yeah, I just tested from MSY and then -5%, -10%, -15, up to -25%. So 0.75 of MSY. So that's.
So what
That's
this
why it's in
shows, yeah, thanks, Pierre. What this shows is that if you want to go to a target of 80% of MSY, that would put you a relative spawning biomass of 50% of unfished. So this is the point I was making, that first 5% reduction, because that curve is really flat on the top, shifts you quite a ways away, and that shifts you up to about 36%. So even a small reduction in MSY moves your target quite a ways away.
And are you trying to focus on the turquoise right now, or are you just using that kind of as an example?
Because they all line up. I mean, all the dots line up for the different, these are different weighted age and recruitment regimes. So the yield changes, but the actual relative spawning biomass does not change a whole lot. So you can just focus on one curve.
So yeah, maybe so the plots are, the first plot on the left is a 2001 selectivity regime. The different colors are all different hypotheses about weighted age. It's all weighted age, right? Yeah.
And recruitment.
And recruitment. So if you just look at the points furthest on the right for each color, the turquoise, blue, red, baby poop color, pink, you know, all of those dots are different estimates of MSY depending on what assumptions have been made about the stock. So you can see the MSY estimates don't vary a whole lot, don't move a whole lot to the left or right, but the yield is very different depending on what your assumptions are around recruitment, weighted age, et cetera.
Yeah. So then just to complete the thought and my understanding, if we were to say that we want to be at 95% of MSY, then that would equate to a target biomass of roughly 36, which would equate to a fishing harvest rate of roughly 42.
Approximately.
Damn, we're gonna get 95%.
So well, that's what I'm saying. The 36% that we used as a proxy for MEY, you can justify by saying you're willing to remove from MSY by 5%. Another form of justification for that number, according to this analysis.
If we wanted to be at 80% of MSY, we'd be looking at a target population of 50 and a fishing intensity rate of somewhere around 55 or 60, which really didn't have much
benefit.
Yeah. And yeah, go ahead, Michelle.
Is there any significance for the 2001?
I can't repeat. What was the difference between selectivity in the 2 years? It was 1960.
The selectivity from the 1960 target 50% selected fish are shifted to the left, so to younger ages, which means for males is around age 5 and for females around age 6 and 7, while in the 2001 selectivity is shifted to older ages, so is around age 10, 9, 10, 11. So it's...
Yeah. I think what's interesting from this plot is, first of all, the move from MSY to 95% of MSY is a change of about 10% on the x-axis, or 0.1 units on the x-axis. So that moves from about 26% to about 36% on the x-axis. So if we think about that the shape of the yield curve is this, and going from 100 to 95% would change us by about 0.1. We defined a prudent or a reasonable proxy for MSY is 30%. So if you're willing to justify a 5% reduction in MSY, I would suggest a target of 40%. That's the way I would look at this. Instead of, it's a little inconsistent to say we did this analysis and we found this range between 20 and 30%, but we think it's most reasonable to define MSY at 30%. And then we could say if we want to shift away from that point of 30% RSB to account be precautionary and not try to reach MSY, then we're shifting away by 0.1 units, which corresponds to a 95% of MSY. Does that make sense or not? It's complex.
I would create a 40 million pound target biomass and an F46-ish.
No, that would be the target, would be 40%. Not 36.
Right, and then the fishing intensity to get you to 40%.
Be a 46% SPR.
That's what I thought. Can we tell the commissioners that we looked at the idea of a target biomass and there be dragons beyond that point?
It does. Yeah, it seems like that was our conclusion from the last meeting, but we still have, go ahead.
Here's a different look at it with the relative spawning biomass on the vertical axis and the different scenarios across there. And so so this top one would be MSY 95%, 90%, 85, 80, and whatever. You can maybe just read the other direction. 100% MSY, 95, 90. So now you can really read what the numbers are more clearly. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so the actual estimated values of MSY from this model are between 22 and like 29%. But we also said there's some uncertainties that this model is not accounting for. And so a reasonable proxy for MSY would be 30%. Therefore, we shouldn't read this number exactly. But if we want to justify it by taking 90% of MSY, we can look at the relative difference between these. That would say the 30% should be adjusted to a 40% relative spawning biomass.
I think we talked about this in 2013.
Michelle?
You were here.
I was.
You weren't here. No, Steve.
So I understood Pierre's explanation, though, to be that the graph up top from 1960 was actually the select younger fish. And the 2001 was the select older fish. And so when you looked at the 1960 graph up above, then it had the 95% at about 33 to 34%. And 2001 then has it at the 36%. So anyway, the left and right are shifted for the bottom graphs.
Yes, they are. So you can just see, but that there's a range. And I think that's important to realize there's a lot of uncertainty in this estimate of MSY. And that's why we suggested taking a reasonable estimate would be at the precautionary end of that. So there's already some precaution in the 30%. And then we're adding additional precaution to move that to 36 or 40%. The 36% was an MEY proxy. Whatever you choose, I will present it to the commission as this was how the MSAB chose it. And it's useful because that would also give you a maximum economic yield. It fits in with the maximum economic yield concept.
So I'm confused. Yesterday, all roads led to fishing intensity of 43 and B36. And today, after number crunching last night, then all roads lead to 40% and F46. Am I understanding that clearly?
Your roads lead to somewhere other than my 36% target. So we recommended a MEY target of 36%. The MSAB didn't feel that they could explain the MEY context, wanted additional justification for a target, and that's what we're looking for now. And what I'm providing is that if you're, according to the yield curve, if you want to justify it by, we're going to operate at 95% of MSY, then that would actually correspond to a 40% relative spawning biomass. So it's sort of the problem of trying to use the results to find your justification, because now you got to say, okay, well, we wanted the 36, so why don't we say we're willing to take 97% of MSY? That will give us the 36. That's why I asked the question before we started this exercise.
I mean, this does speak to the points I think Dan and Jim made earlier, though, that saying how close we want to be to MSY is it's
right.
Not really a meaningful exercise because there's so many other moving parts. And
yeah,
I mean, really, the biomass target is what at what stock status, what level of biomass do you see the fishery that you want, that provides you stability, provides you a reasonable level of yield, et cetera.
And that's why I didn't want to define a target in the first place. Yeah. But we are assigned with assigning a target. The 36% is consistent with the interpretation of the coast-wide MSE that we've already had, which the 36% is also justifiable by MSY, MEY concept. And I think if the MSAB was to say, we noted the reasonable proxy for MSY RSB is 30%, and the MSAB agrees to move away from that 30% to a 36% for a number of reasons, including reducing, for precautionary reasons.
Yeah, I think that's sufficient. It's just for precautionary reasons we want to move away.
Yeah. And so I guess I'm back on my original proposing 36%, which I'm happy to defend as a maximum economic yield precautionary adjustment, realizing that I'm not trying to define exactly what the maximum economic yield is, but typically moving away by that amount satisfies what other harvest policies have done around the world and what the literature suggests is a difference between MSY and MEY.
So I think there's 2 points. The first is I think some of the concern we heard yesterday around identifying MEY or picking SB36 because it's related to MEY is, what if MEY is suddenly defined differently and we're not happy with that? Does that mean our target is now being changed? I don't think we necessarily want to be in that situation.
No.
So I think that's part of the reason why MEY is not something that this group felt particularly comfortable advancing with. So if we can set that aside, is the group comfortable identifying a spawning biomass target of 36% because 30% was the range that 20 to 30% was the range that was previously identified? We can back off from the 30% slightly to be more precautionary, and 36% is where we agree to be for the next year. Yeah. We will afterwards with it, obviously, in the report, but.
We're evaluating several different aspects. You know, we recommended a target harvest rate of 42 last time. This balances stability, time on ramp, all these other reasons, and will result in a target of 36, RSB of 36 in the ocean. Further looking at the RSB of 36 in the ocean, we know that this provides a buffer between MSY, which would be 30. And just go into it from that perspective.
From the FSPR.
Yeah, from like looking at all the ways we used to define what we were concerned about. Now we've actually looked again and says that this will give us a target of 36 that also provides a buffer between MSY and the target popping things.
That was the reason I did not want to define a target objective in the first place, because the MSE is going to give you what the target is. And now we're defining an objective based on the interpretation of our MSE results. So I'm curious if the peer reviewer will catch on that and say, that's an interesting process that you did the MSE and then you defined your objectives to match how you interpreted your results. That could be. Yeah. However you want to do it, we've been assigned to have a target.
Well, I'm wondering if we can provide some justification, either closer to Adam's or closer to Dan's, and then and note that point in our report to the commissioners. You know, we did this, we followed the instructions. This is our hesitation about it. Is that something that we can do, or?
I think it would be interesting for the commissions to hear that look, we did, when we evaluated our MSE without this objective in there, we ended up here as well. So we don't need the
I think that
objective.
convergence, well, I think the convergence is worthwhile to know. Okay.
So that will be some wordsmithing, but we've landed on the 36%.
Folks are comfortable with that as 2.1, probability of keeping spawning biomass around that target of SB36 50% of the time over the long term.
So I want to note with that objective and with these top two, if you note this table is also nice in that it is sort of a priority order where we have a group of objectives that have a tolerance assigned to them and a group of objectives that do not, whether I use statistic of interest or performance metric, I don't know. But the key point is that the target now has a tolerance assigned to it. So any of those management procedures that do not meet this target, basically anything below a 40% SPR are not under consideration.
So these are the gatekeeper or the gauntlet, I think you'd called them earlier, objectives, right? And then it's the trade-offs between 2.2 and 2.3 that are really using to help select a management procedure we think is best performing.
That just define the F max in the buffer?
I guess so.
Yeah, that was our thought, is defining the F maximum as the SPR that would produce, well, actually, we thought that it could actually be the SPR that produced MSY. Because we wouldn't be operating there all the time.
Yeah.
That why not set every once in a while, maybe the SPR can go up there. But what we would find from the MSE results is that on average, we end up staying around the target. So we can if we define the F, well, if we use these results to define a maximum F, that would put the maximum fission intensity about 40% SPR. But I'm actually suggesting setting that SPR about a 35% because we wouldn't be there all the time. We'd still hit our target. And that is associated with our reasonable proxy for MSY, which we really don't want to ever fish harder than what would give us MSY.
It might be interesting to do a couple of runs with those two and just see, because I mean, I can easily see some of these distribution procedures keeping us at the buffer most of the time.
Yep.
And so it'd be interesting to look at both of those. And also, if you look at both, you'll be able to show us what happens when you do hit the buffer. Because I can see if we just have it at MSY, we may not hit the buffer often enough to see what life would be like when you're fishing at that high in intensity. So
we'll put in a max fishing intensity for 35%, 40% SPRs, just to get an idea of that.
Okay, so we're straying a little bit back into procedures, which is okay, but I do want to keep us on track to our objective piece. Around objective, Scott, around 2.1? 1.1, even better. Okay, let's go.
1.1, the percentage of minimum portion of female spawning biomass per area. Did I understand correctly that you just sort of looked what it is average and then picked a real low number and threw it in there for that?
Yep, that's all that I had to go on.
Yes.
Observed minimum, right?
It's below the observed minimum.
I'm sure people are going to be asking how that number was derived, and it's going to be hard to explain.
Yeah, so in the report, we've actually written a paragraph that says these numbers were subjectively chosen by IPH Secretariat by the method you just explained. So I think it's important that they are subjective, and I have no defense of them. Yeah, other than they're not greater than what we've observed in the past.
So I'll just send them your way.
Well, I mean,
right.
the takeaway for this, I mean, if we ever got to numbers that low, which are far lower than has ever been observed, we're in a really bad place.
That's the defense.
Yeah. So we all agree we don't want to be in that really bad place. So and don't pick a procedure that takes us there.
And because these aren't really based on any hard science or anything, that when we do evaluate results, if we find that reasonable management procedures are putting us there, we might want to have a think about what are reasonable numbers here. And that's the iterative process. And those will be reviewed by the SRB in June, that is, though.
Yeah, right. Okay. So that takes us to the top of the table, where we've gone through the table. Maybe it's a last call, but from what we've heard so far, I'd say that this one pager, dealing with a few highlights, is the set of fishery management objectives that we'll be using to evaluate procedures against. This is what we're going to work with for the next year and a bit. I don't hear any concerns for a last call. Well, I think this is a really good step.
Really good progress.
Thank you very much, everyone, for this. I hope this is helpful, Alan, for others to provide some guidance. And I know from Carey, my perspective, this is definitely what the commissioners have been asking for at the meetings that we present to them. So thank you, everyone, for that. Given that, I think we can tie this up and go to the report writing for the day, because I don't know that we're going to have, people seem pretty tired. I don't think people are really ready to talk about target SPR right now. We talked about maybe trying to fit that in today. Can we perhaps use it tomorrow, do that tomorrow in our recap?
The target SPR being the
recommendation on the coastwide,
just confirming
updated coastwide
yes.
management procedure.
Confirming what we, changing from agreed to recommended, we talked about in May. We could try to cover that now, but I'm concerned that we're not operating at full capacity right now and may not really get there.
I'll just, yeah, it's a great time to make decisions. I'll just bring up the report,
okay,
and so that we can see the language that was written in May around this recommendation. I don't remember which one it was, but
it may be in the executive summary.
I don't know that.
Not that one.
No, it's not. It wasn't, because it's not high level at this point. There's a section on view of the evaluation. So it would be in this section. And this is the noted only management procedures with those constraints.
There it is there, 52 alpha.
Yeah.
So 52A is what we had agreed to. And this was also part of the homework from yesterday, to see, for folks to refresh themselves to this piece. Are we in a position right now to recommend, instead of agreed, recommend a coastwide fishing intensity of 43%, SPR 43% with the 30-20 harvest control rule and one of two constraints? Or is this going to be premature given the discussions we've just had on management procedures? Dan.
I guess my question is, this says a coastwide fishing intensity of SPR 43. We've been having, prior to this, we kind of had sideboards on that, 40 to 46, to allow, to prevent it having to have a zero-sum game.
B?
Right, but B just says we're going to continue to investigate it. It doesn't say it's continue to be part of our recommendation. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this. If we recommend A, which would be our recommendation for next year, then we're in a zero-sum game for next year. We're saying, yes, we want to have F43 be the target and be the limiting thing with no wiggle room. Is that correct?
I don't know that it's no wiggle room in that the commissioners
could, but.
Right.
And if the 15% smoother goes outside of it, how does that work?
You reminded me, Dan, there's two components to a recommendation. One recommendation is the range of values that we will investigate further next year. And that's what we propose, 30 to 50 control rule 30/20 and different constraints. And then there's a second recommendation of, based on the coastwide MSE, this is what the MSAB recommends. In the past, they have the 40 to 46 range with a target of 43. And it might be useful to update that recommendation now that we have the target objective as well, which it matches. And I think anything above like about a 40% would match that target.
When we talk about this tomorrow, I'd be thinking about trying to modify A, which is what our recommendation would be, to have a target of either 42 or 43, depending on how you want to characterize what we did today. But then to also bring back in that, the concept of being no more aggressive than an F40, which is what we kind of just talked about there.
And I think we can bring that concept in by simply noting that the new objective, the new target objective of SB 36% is satisfied at SPR levels greater than 40%. And then that implies going below 40% will not satisfy that target objective, or you could say that explicitly. And that would put the limit, that upper limit on there.
Some of the time, we don't know all the time, right?
What do you mean?
Well, maybe not.
Yeah. Well, it would match it with a 50% probability.
Yeah. Okay, hear from Jim, but I think we should come back to this tomorrow.
Okay.
I want to make sure we have a strong recommendation of what we're doing one way or another. So please, if you didn't get a chance yesterday to look at this specific component of the management procedure in the Explorer, please do so that you're comfortable to speak to it tomorrow.
And continue to think about these management procedures and any kind of refinements or clarifications that you would like. I think when we return to that discussion, after Alan kind of synthesizes this information for us.
Yeah. Okay, so let's yeah, go ahead. Yeah, okay, so we were going to say, we heard this, Alan and I were just whispering to each other, but it sounds like some folks had difficulty yesterday, so we'll try and pull it up to make sure it's working and direct people at the right spot.
Well, yeah. So.
While that's happening, I will say, first of all, thank you everyone for today. Another long day, but I think we've got some really clear products that we can take out of this, which is great. We're going to move into report writing because we've got a lot to go through. Chuck, do you have a question?
Yeah, I would that table that we've just dealt with on management procedure and objectives, would that be helpful to be sent out to all of us so to inform what we're going to be doing here and flying
the Excel spreadsheet of all the management procedure?
Yeah.
I think it's already sent out.
Let me know if you didn't receive it.
I haven't received anything else from you, so I don't know. Did you send it? Do you have my address?
Have you? Oh, okay. Because I guess I'm working off an old distribution list. I'll send that to you.
Yeah.
Oh God. Sorry, the distribution list is way out of date.
We'll get it.
We'll just do this quick bit right now. No, I mean, all that you should be doing is scrolling down and. Yep. So I would do that. Right. So I want to see, is that what happened with other people?
You put too much on it.
I think it can do that, but I think it'd be useful to sort of restart it all. So I might do that after the report writing today. So if you're on it and it sort of all of a sudden fails, give it a try later. By 6 o'clock, I'll have it restarted. Yeah, so, yeah. It's interesting it's not doing it now. I wonder if you click on, no, it's still not. So it's adding all these plots. Every time I click on a button, it adds a plot. And it could have been that a lot of people were accessing at the same time too. We might need to actually upgrade the server, which is really easy to do, but I won't be able to do it this week. So yeah, if you're really bored at 2 a.m., might be the best time to get on. You can give me a call, we'll chat. Yeah, I think this worked in Sitka because the internet was a little slower. So when everybody was trying to access it, the limiting factor was the Sitka internet. Yeah, okay. So that, yeah, oh, no, I'm not seeing it right now, Jim, I'm sorry. But if you see the error pop up, let me know the exact error and then we'll try to get that fixed in the future. Okay, perfect, thanks. But yeah, that's it.
Okay, so let's leave that there then, and we'll go to the report writing. For those, anyone listening on the webinar, you've got incredible patience, and we're gonna mute the, disconnect the webinar and get into the report writing.